Good afternoon, one and all. We welcome you to the International Conference on Glory of 74 Years of Indian Republic, Constitution, Independence, Freedom Struggle, Unsung Heroes, Economy, Education, Empowerment, Health, Well-being, and Sustainable Development 2023. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence and 74th Republic Day, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, international webinar series on holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development 2022, and also on the auspicious occasion of Vasant Panchami, Sri Panchami, also Goddess Sri Saraswati Puja. On this day, Aksharabhyasam, Vidyabhyasam, that is initiation of education, is performed for the children to excel in their life and gain wisdom and knowledge. So with the blessings of Goddess Sri Saraswati Devi and Almighty, we shall continue with today's session. So we request all the speakers who are ready for presentations to share their topics and details in the chat box so that we can invite you. So there is a standard format to be followed by all the speakers. There will be no introduction from the organizer side. We request the speakers to introduce themselves and express their gratitude in proper format towards the organizers and platform and introduce your topic. In a brief, the total time allotted would be 15-minute maximum. So you can take up to a minimum of 3 minutes, up to 15 minutes. So we request everyone to be eligible for this certificate and to process the proceedings properly, because all these sessions are recorded live, and even in future, the individual sessions will be available. And those speakers who are following the instructions carefully, their videos only which meet the eligibility criteria will only be available in public domain later on. So we request everyone, all the speakers, to strictly follow the guidelines as mentioned by the organizers so that you can have your videos and presentations listed on the official website. So with this introduction, with these instructions, we request all the speakers who are waiting for presentations to share your details. So we'll be starting our first session with Chebolu Manasi.
Yes, sir.
You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation with your introduction along with gratitude and your topic.
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all. On the occasion of 74 years of Indian Republic, firstly, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for providing me a wonderful opportunity to talk on role of pharmacist in national development. And thank you, sir, for providing me this wonderful opportunity. I, Chebolu Manasa, and pursuing my MPharm, I'm a pharmacist, keenly interested in research-oriented topics and multidisciplinary groups. I'm a philomath and hordophile. Yeah, a very good afternoon to one and all. Today, my topic is regarding the role of pharmacists in national development. And these are the symbols which actually been in from many countries in different places. So the current area of globalization has witnessed evolution of the professions of the health sector, especially in pharmacy. Whereas previously the pharmacist worldwide was seen as responsible primarily for manufacturing and supplying medicines. Today, the pharmacist's role has evolved towards a clinical orientation. The profession is still under continuous transition. With the change in the health demands, pharmacists have a further role to play in patient care. The precise role of a pharmacist in the health setting is altering and varies significantly from country to country. In contrast to the developed world, pharmacists in developing countries are not fully executing their potential role. They are still struggling for the recognition of their role that can help improve the healthcare system. Along with the lack of human resources, the profession seriously lacks government interest in Pakistan. Access to and appropriate use of medicine is among the major health sector problems in most of the developing countries. The healthcare system without pharmacists is unable to cope effectively with most medicine related issues. Thus, involvement of skillful and authoritative pharmacists in therapeutic procedures is necessary to improve appropriate use of medicines, eliminate medication errors, make proper use of the medicine budget by efficient management to ensure maximum access and ensure the implementation of national essential medicinal list. Legal reform is needed to achieve the health objectives of the nation to contribute towards attainment of the global millennium development goals and to achieve acceptance of the pharmacy profession as an integral part of a well-structured healthcare system. So this is how the role of pharmacists are playing their role in the sustainable development goals and also for the nation development. I hope we should surely reach the stage. And thank you all for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Once again, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity on the occasion of 74 years of Indian Republic. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manasa, for your brief presentation. And we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
We request all the speakers who are willing to present, share your details in chat box so that we can invite you. Kindly follow the instructions. Like, there will be no introduction from the organizer side. You can introduce yourself along with your topic and expressing of gratitude towards the organizers. And each session, each speaker can take up to minimum of 3 minutes to maximum of 15 minutes for this session. Next session would be by Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. So you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. So let's look at some interesting facts about our nation's journey in past 75 years, as we are celebrating today, 74th Republic Day. India is the largest democracy in the world with more than 91 crore eligible voters. Around 69% of the eligible population is registered to vote, and out of 67% exercised their franchise in 2019 Lok Sabha elections compared to 45.67% in 1951. As per the Election Commission statistics, so the registered electors in crores, 1951, the total among the total population of 36 crores, 17 crores are eligible voters registered as electorals. And in 1961-62, Of total population, 44 crores, 22 crores are registered electors. And in 1971, out of 55 crores population, there are 27 registered electors. 1980-81, among 68 crore population, 36 registered electors. In 1991, among 85 crore population, we have 51 crore eligible electors. In 2001, among 103 crore population, we have 67 crore eligible electors. In 2011, of 2011 to 2014, of the total population, 121 crores, 83 crores are registered electors. And the recent statistics, 2019 and 2021, the total registered electors are over 91 crores. So thus, with more than 91 crore eligible voters, India is the largest democracy in the world. And in terms of economy, India is the 6th largest economy, and it has even grown in up rank and top massive challenges ever since its independence to become the 6th largest economy in the world today at $3.17 trillion. Indian economy is ranked behind the United States and China and other countries like Japan, Germany, and UK. But now India stands, with the recent statistics, India stands just behind United States and China. And it is itself a huge turning point in the Indian economy history. Its per capita income also witnessed 500 times growth since 1947. So a $3 trillion Indian economy is the 6th largest in the world. In 1950, the GDP is 0.1 lakh crore. 1960 to 61, 0.2 lakh crore. 1970-71, 0.5 lakh crore. 1980-81, 1.5 lakh crore. And in 1991, 5.8 lakh crores. And in 2000, 2001, 21.4 lakh crores. In 2010, 76.3 lakh crores. In 2011, 2021 and 2022, 236.4 lakh crores. So over 10 times growth in GDP in last 20 years. So India is in the 6th spot at current prices of 10 economies of the world. US at 23 trillion, China 17.73 trillion, Japan 4.94 trillion, Germany 4.22 trillion, UK 3.19 trillion, India 3.17 trillion, France 2.94 trillion, Italy 2.1 trillion, Canada 1.99 trillion, Brazil 1.61 trillion. And India has seen a mere $1.27 billion worth goods and services in 1950-51. Growth remained almost stagnant in the next few decades, as well as owing to strict policy regimes. But over the years, India opened its economy to the world, especially after implementation of new economic policy in 1991 with liberalization, privatization, and globalization introduced by the central government in 1991. Exports rose up to 600 times. Highest ever merchandise export of $419.65 billion was achieved in financial year 2022. So total exports in billions, 1.3 billion exports in 1950-51, $1.4 billion exports 1960-61, $2 billion exports in 1970-71, $8.5 billion exports 1980 and 81, $18.1 billion exports 1990-91, $44.1 billion exports in 2000-2001, and $249.8 billion exports 2010 and 2011, and $676.2 billion exports in 2021 and 20. And there was also massive surge in foreign reserves. Despite recent depletion, India's foreign exchange reserves are the fourth largest in the world. In 1951-52, forex reserves stood at a mere of $1.82 billion and remained stagnant as economy battled post-independence growth challenges. So forex reserves multiplied 335 times since independence. India's foreign exchange reserves were fourth largest in the world as of November 2021. In 1951-52, the total foreign exchange reserves were $1.82 billion. In 1961-62, $0.62 billion. 1971-72, $1.19 billion. In 1981-82, $4.39 billion. 1991-92, $9.22 billion. In 2001-2, $51 billion. In 2011-12, $260 billion. 2021-22, $607 billion. So there was also 5% jump in the food production in overall boost to the rural economy. India's food grain production witnessed a whooping 500% rise since its independence. Even though India has primarily an agrarian economy, 85% of the population total population of 1951 was 36.1 crores lived in villages and derived their livelihood from agriculture. The country was not self-sufficient in food grains. In 1950, it was 50.8 million tons. The average availability of food was not only deficient in quantity, but also uncertain, as there were regular famines. So it was almost six-fold rise in the food grain production, over 500% rise in food grain production since 1950. So let's look at since 1950-51. The food production in million tons was 50.8 million tons and 82 million tons in 1960-61, 108.4 million tons 1970-71, and 129.6 million tons in 1980-81, 176.4 million tons in 1990-91, 196.8 million tons in 2000-2001, 244.5 million tons in 2010-11, 310.7 million tons in 2020-21, 314.5 million tons of food grain production in 2021-22. And we have a robust network of national highways, and there has been a seven-fold rise in the highway construction from 1950-51 to 2021-22. And the pace of annual construction of 4, 6, and 8-lane national highways has increased by more than 300% during the past 7 years. And over 140 lakh kilometers of highway constructed till financial year 2022. So by 1950-51, 19.81 lakh kilometers of highway constructed. By 1960-61, 23.7 lakh kilometer of highway construction. By 1970-71, 23.83 lakh kilometer highway construction. By 1980-81, 31.67 lakh kilometer of highway. In 1990-91, 33.65 lakh kilometer of highway. In 2000-2001, 57.73 lakh kilometers of highway was constructed. By 2010-11, 70.93 lakh kilometers of highway was constructed. And with the recent statistics of 2020-21, 140.9 lakh kilometers of highway was constructed. And even in the power sector, nation has turned into a power supply nation with a total installed capacity of 3,70,000 and 106 gigawatt per hour. Totally installed capacity was 1,362 GWH at the time country gained its independence. From there, it has come a long way to ensure power supply in almost all houses in the country. On April 28, 2018, the center declared that all inhabited census villages have been electrified. The last village to be electrified was Leisang village in Manipur. So from power deficit to power surplus nation, the journey was from 1947, from 1.3 megawatts to 1.713. $4.65 in 1967 and 12.95 in 1969 and 28.4 in 1980, 63.63 in 1990 and 105 in 2002 199.8 in 2012, and 370.1 in 2020 in megawatts total capacity. So even the vehicles, nearly 30 crore registered vehicles in India, total registered vehicles in India rose at a compound annual growth rate of 9.91% over the decade, with and has spiked from just 3 lakh in 1951 to nearly 30 crore in 2019. So this indicates improved accessibility and quality of transport for citizens, and total registered vehicles in India grew at a compound annual rate of 9.9% over the last decade. So in 1951, total vehicles registered were 3 lakhs. In 1960, 7 lakhs. 1970, 19 lakhs. 1980, 54 lakhs. 1990, 214 lakhs. In 2000, 550 lakhs. In 2010, 1,419 lakhs. In 2020, 2,958 lakh vehicles were registered. And India is also the third largest domestic aviation market, and have seen passenger traffic increase at airports in the country, witnessing a massive 30-fold growth in 4 decades. India became the third largest domestic aviation market globally. So passenger traffic at airports grew nearly 10 times in 2 decades. In 1981, the total number of passengers handled was 107.4 lakhs. In 1991, 117.2 lakhs. And in 2000, 390.4 lakhs. In 2012, 1,623.1 lakhs. In 2020, 3,410.5 lakh passengers were handled at airports. And India ranks first in global milk production, contributing 23% of the global production. In the last 3 decades, India witnessed over 3 times rise in milk production. And milk production increased from 17 metric ton in 1951 to 209.96 metric ton in 2020-21. So 23% of milk production in the world comes from India. In 1951, it was 70 million tons. In 1961, it was 20 million tons. 1971, 22 million tons. 1981, 31.6 million tons. 1991, it was 53.9 million tons. In 2001, 80.6 million tons. 2011, it was 121.8 million tons. In 2021, 209.96 million tons of milk production. And India is the largest producer of eggs globally, third largest. The country increased its production of eggs from 1.83 billion in 1950-51 to to 122.11 billion in 2020-21. The per capita availability of the eggs has also jumped from 5 to 90 eggs per annum in the same period. So India thus became the largest producer of eggs globally, with per capita availability of eggs, which has increased from 5 eggs per year in 1950s to 91 eggs per year in 2020-21. So in 1950, the number of eggs in billions was 1.83 billion. In 1960, 2.88 billion. In 1971, 6.17 billion. In 1981, 10.06 billion. In 1991, 21.1 billion. In 2001, 36.63 billion. In 2011, 63.02 billion. In 2021, 122.11 billion eggs was produced. And with the overwhelming population of people who could not read and write at the time of independence, just about 2 in 10 Indians were literate back in 1950. Even though the overall literacy rate in India was quite poor at just over 18%, the female literacy rate was at abysmally low 8.86%. In 2022, the figures have nearly reversed from a literacy rate of mere 18.3% in 1951 to 74.4% in 2018. India has come a long way in establishing a well-educated nation. And moreover, the girls also have outshined boys in receiving primary school education. So India has seen phenomenal rise in literacy rate since independence. In 1951, (27.2%) male literacy and 18.3% female literacy. 8.9% female literacy, and total literacy is 18.3. In 1961, female literacy at 15.4, male literacy at 40.4, and total literacy rate is at 28.3. In 1971, female literacy rate 22%, male literacy rate 46%, total literacy rate 34.5%. In 1981, female literacy rate 29.8%, male literacy rate 56.4%, total literacy rate, including males and females, 43.6%. In 1991, female literacy rate at 39.3%, male literacy rate at 64.1%, total literacy rate at 52.2%. In 2001, female literacy at 53.7%, male literacy at 75.3%, total literacy at 64.8%. In 2011, female literacy at 64.6%, male literacy at 80.9%, and total literacy rate at 73%. In 2018, female literacy 65.8%, male literacy at 82.4%, and total literacy rate is at 74.4%. And India has over 1,043 universities and over 42,000 colleges for its ambitious young population. In 1950, India had only 27 universities and 578 colleges. According to the government data, student enrollment was grown by 11.4% from 2015 to 16 to 2019 to 2020. In the same period, female enrollment in higher education has increased by 18.2%. So with over 1,000 universities in India, the gradual growth from 1950, in 1950, 51, 27 universities. In 1960, 61, 45 universities. In 1970, 71, 82 universities. In 1980, 81, 110 universities. In 1990, 91, 184 universities. By 2000, 2001, 254 universities. By 2010, 2011, 621 universities. By 2019-20, there are more than 1,443 universities. And even in medical education, like in primary and health, secondary education, the scope for medical education too has expanded to accommodate more students and to cater the growing healthcare needs of the country. So in 1950, India had 28 medical colleges and private participation in the sector was insignificant. But however, a steady increase in the number of medical colleges, especially since the later decades of the last century, including many in the private sector, has seen enormous growth of 21 times since 1951. So in 1951, there were 28 medical colleges, 1961, 60 medical colleges, 1971, 98 medical colleges, 1981, 111 medical colleges, 1990, 128 medical colleges, 2002, 190 medical colleges, 2011, 334 medical colleges. By 2022, 612 medical colleges. And the number of doctors also grew phenomenally since 1951 from just over 61,000 doctors to 13 lakh doctors currently, in tandem with the growing population and commissioning of more medical colleges. Apart from allopathic doctors, another 5.65 lakh Ayush doctors also render useful service, often in remote areas with limited medical facilities. So the number of doctors grew from 61.8 K in 1951 to 13 lakhs now. So in 1950, total number of doctors were 61,840. In 1960, 83,756. In 1970, 151.129. In 1980, 2,68,712 doctors. In 1990, 3,95,851 doctors. In 2003, 6,05,840 doctors. In 2012, 8,83,812 doctors. In 2022, 13,08,009 doctors. And the number of schools also grew more than 10 times since independence, from just 1.4 lakh in 1947 to over 15 lakhs now. In 1947-48, 140, 1.4 lakh. So in 1950-51, 2.3 lakh. In 1960-61, 3.9 lakh. 1970-71, 5.3 lakh. In 1980-81, 6.6 lakh. 1990-91, 7.9 lakhs. In 2000-2001, 9.7 lakhs. In 2010-11, 13 lakhs, 13.9 lakhs. In 2020-21, 15.09 lakhs. And with India's Swachh Bharat mission going ahead in full swing, the country also realized the goal of 100% rural sanitation coverage well before its 75th Independence Day, according to the government. So as per the statistics, sanitation covers refers to the percentage of population with latrines within or attached to their houses. From the source, Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. In 1981, 10%. In 1991, 9%. In 2001, 22%. In 2011, 31%. In 2019, 100%. The infant mortality rate also declined. In past 75 years, IMR has reduced from 146 per 1,000 live births in 1951 to 30 per 1,000 live births in 2019. Sharp drop in infant mortality rate. In 1950, it was 146. 1960, 115. 1970, 129. 1980, 110. 1990, 80. 2000, 64. 2010, 44. And in 2020, mortality rate is 30. So the life expectancy at birth also doubled. The average life expectancy of an Indian male in 1951 was 37.2 years, and now it stands at 68.2 years. And for females, the figures are 36.2 years and 70.7 years respectively. In fact, the average Indian female can now expect to live a couple of years longer than the average male. So let's look at the life expectancy in years since 1951. So in 1951, for male, 37.2 years, female, 36.2 years. In 1971, male, 46.4 years, female, 44.7 years. 1981, male 54.1 years, female 54.7 years. 1991-95, male 59.7 years, female 60.9 years. 1996-19 to 2001, male 62.3 years, female 65.3 years. 2001 to 2006, male 63.8 years, female 66.9 years. From 2006 to 2010, male 64.6 years, female 67.7 years. 2010-14, male 66.4 years, female 69.6 years. 2014 to 2018, male 68.2 years, female 70.7 years of life expectancy. So with this, we shall conclude this session of the growth over last 75 years of our nation in various aspects. Then we will move on to our next session. We request all the speakers who are ready to present to share their details in the chat box. So that we can invite you. And there will be no introduction from the organizers. Speakers are requested to introduce themselves and express their gratitude and proceed with their topic. So next we have with us Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji. You can unmute yourselves. Start your presentation.
Yes, sir. I hope my video is visible. I'm also sharing my presentation. Today I'm sharing it from my mobile.
In the meanwhile, other speakers who are ready to present can share your details. Yes, sir, please continue.
Sir, if you can make my laptop as a co-host, I will be able to share from my laptop also.
Okay.
I have logged in from two devices. From laptop, I think it would be better to share it.
Okay, sir, just a second.
At present, you have made my mobile as co-host. So maybe you can make my laptop as co-host.
Even both the IDs have been made, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm muting my mobile. Yes, now I am still there. Yes, now my camera is also okay from one device. Now I'm sharing it from my laptop. I hope my screen is visible now, sir. It should be visible after a network delay of few seconds. Is it? Well, there seems to be a. So I'll open it again. Now I'm opening it in PDF form. Now making it shareable again. Now can you see it, sir?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yes. Virendra Kumar M. Thakkar. I'm assistant professor in GV Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Pauri Garhwal in Uttarakhand. I'm also RTI resource person of Uttarakhand Information Commission, Dehradun. I'm a lawyer and non-practicing advocate. Today we shall see some interesting things from the constitutional history, particularly the formation of our states and union territories. As per Article 3 of the Constitution, the central government can form new states or union territories or alter their boundaries. Sometimes it does it with the permission of the concerned state governments, although there is no such legal requirement in the Constitution. So we shall see in this brief presentation the present states and union territories from 1947 onwards. So India is a federal union comprising 28 states and 8 union territories at present, with a total of 36 entities. It is proposed to be raised to 50, with some more states likely to form in near future. There is demand for statehood from various states, but let us first see the history and then we may go to future. The states and union territories are further subdivided into districts and smaller administrative divisions like blocks or maybe tahsils, and what we call as third tier of government, that is Jila Panchayat, Kshetra Panchayat, Gram Panchayat, Gram Sabha, known by various names throughout India. So different states have got different nomenclature as far as the third tier of the government is concerned. So here we are just focusing on the second tier, that is the states. Now, if you see the administrative divisions of India in 1951, that is pre-independence history. So the Indian subcontinent has been ruled by many different ethnic groups throughout its history, each instituting their own policies of administrative division in the region. And there have been many such changes over the past thousands of years. The British Raj mostly retained the administrative structure of the preceding Mughal Empire. So India was divided into provinces. They were also called as presidencies. There were 3 presidencies, that is Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta. Delhi was not the capital of India at that time, and Delhi was not a presidency. These were became capital later in 1911. So these presidencies were directly governed by the British and princely states. There were many such princely states which were later merged into India from 1947 to 1950 onwards by the then Home Minister Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, which were nominally controlled by a local prince or Raja loyal to the British Empire. This was pre-independence, which held de facto sovereignty, that is, sovereignty over the princely states. For the conditions of merger of these Indian states, the privy purses were there. These privy purses were, say, salaries that were paid to those, say, kings and queens and princes of the princely states, some Hindu, some Muslim, and say salary of around 1 lakh per month, 2 lakh per month were fixed so that they would merge into India, and there will not be any, say, their facilities will not have any adverse effect. And this privy purses system was then abolished by the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1969. So these privy purses were fixed for these princely states earlier. Now, if we consider from 1947 to 1950, that is, while the Constitution of India was being formed, it took around 2 years, 11 months, and 18 days for the Constituent Assembly, which had representation from various, say, elected representatives under the then Government of India at 1935. So between 1947 and 1950, the territories of the princely states were politically integrated into the Indian Union. Most were merged into existing provinces. Others were organized into new provinces such as Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Bharat, and Vindhya Pradesh, made up of multiple princely states. A few, including Mysore, Hyderabad, Bhopal, and Bilaspur, became separate provinces. Initially, they were comprised into Part A, Part B, Part C, Part D states. So we shall see the list of which states were in these 4 parts. The new Constitution of India, which came into force on 26 January 1950, actually it came into effect on 26 November 1949, and it came into full force 2 months later. That is on 26 January 1950, which we celebrate as the Republic Day. It made India a sovereign democratic republic. The word secular was not there in the constitution. It was brought through a constitution amendment in 1976. The new republic was also declared to be a union of states. The constitution of 1950 distinguished between 3 main types of states. These were called Part A, Part B, and Part C. Part A states, which were the formal governors provinces of British India. So there were governors in the states, and above the governors there was Governor General, who was then renamed as the President. So there was no president. Earlier there were Governor General. There was a Governor General. So in the states there were governors. So these were governors provinces of British India, were ruled by an elected governor and state legislature. So the 9 Part-A states were Assam, that is formerly Assam province, Bihar, formerly Bihar province, Bombay, formerly Bombay province, East Punjab, formerly Punjab province. It was also named earlier as PEPSU, that is Punjab and East Patiala States Union. So the PEPSU was there. Then Madhya Pradesh, formerly the Central Provinces, and Berar. Berar stands for Vidarbha. In Indian language, we call it Sanskrit, we call it Vidarbha. The British pronounces that Berar. Madras, formerly Madras Province, Orissa, formerly the Orissa Province, and Uttar Pradesh, formerly the United Provinces. So that the short form remained same. Earlier it was UP, now also it is UP. And West Bengal, that is formerly the Bengal Province. So Bengal was divided into, say, East and West Bengal, and that later one part became the Bangladesh, which was say East Pakistan earlier. Now we see Part B states. So the 8 Part B states were former princely states or groups of princely states governed by Raj Pramukh. So there was a difference between governor and Raj Pramukh. Part A had governor, Part B had Raj Pramukh, who was usually the ruler of a constituent state and an elected legislature. So there was a ruler who was Raj Pramukh, and there was an elected legislature. So the Raj Pramukh was appointed by the President of India. The Part B states were Hyderabad, formerly Hyderabad princely state, Jammu and Kashmir, formerly Jammu and Kashmir princely state, then Madhya Pradesh, formerly Central India Agency, Mysore, formerly Mysore princely state, Patiala and East Punjab States Union. This was called as PEPSU. Then it was ruled by Maharaja of Patiala. Then Rajasthan, formerly Rajasthan Agency. Then Saurashtra. So there was no Gujarat at that time. So Saurashtra had formerly Baroda, Western India, and Gujarat States Agency. and Trivandrum, the Gujarat with present borders was formed into 1960 later. Then there was Travancore Cochin state. This was formerly Travancore princely state and Cochin princely state. Now it comprises our present Kerala. Then Part C states. So the 10 Part C states included both the former chief commissioners provinces. So if we see difference between Part A, Part B, and Part C, Part A had governors, Part B had Raj Pramukh, and Part C had chief commissioners. So these were the chief commissioner provinces and some princely states, and each were governed by a chief commissioner appointed by the President of India. So the Part C states were Ajmer, formerly Ajmer, Marwada province, Bhopal, formerly Bhopal princely state, Bilaspur, that is formerly Bilaspur princely state, then Kurg state, formerly Kurg province, Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Kutch, that is formerly Kutch princely state. Now it has come into Gujarat, and Manipur, formerly Manipur princely state, Tripura, formerly Tripura princely state, and Vidya Pradesh, that is formerly Central India Agency. So these were the Part C states. In Part D, there was only one state. So the only Part D state was the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which were administered by Lieutenant Governor appointed by the Union government. So if we see the heads of states of the states, they were called Governor, Raj Pramukh, Chief Commissioner, and Administrator respectively. That is Lieutenant Governor. Now the first reorganization commission was formed, and the states were divided on linguistic basis. So let us see what was the organization from 1951 to 1956 onwards. So Andhra state was created on 1st October 1953 from the Telugu-speaking northern districts of Madras state. So earlier Madras state was very large. We can say from that we have now formed 4 different states, that is Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. Now Telangana also, plus Pondicherry. The French enclave of Chandernagore was transferred to West Bengal in 1954. In the same year, Pondicherry, comprising the former French enclaves of Pondicherry, that is Karikal, Yangon, and Mahe, was transferred to India. This became a union territory in 1962. So there were 3 types of foreigners, say earlier. These included the British, the Portuguese, and the French. So this French left West Bengal as well as the Pondicherry, and these were the 4 districts which are geographically non-contiguous, that is Pondicherry, Karikal, Yaman, and Mahe. Also, in 1954, pro-India forces liberated the Portuguese-held enclaves of Dadra and Nagar Haveli, declaring the short-lived de facto state of free Dadra and Nagar Haveli. In 1961, India annexed it as the Union territory of Dadra and Nagar Haveli. So the Portuguese also left, and in 1954, Goa became the part of India, which includes Goa at present, Dadra and Nagar Haveli also, and Daman and Diu also. So these were the Portuguese territories earlier. Then came this commission was formed, First State Reorganization Commission, and this State Reorganization Act 1956 came into force and with effect from 1st November 1956. So States Reorganization Act 1956 reorganized the states based on linguistic lines, resulting in the creation of the new states. As a result of this act, Madras state retained its name, with Kanyakumari district added to form Travancore Cochin. So this Kanyakumari district was formed out of this Travancore and Cochin princely states. Then Andhra Pradesh was created with the merger of Andhra state with the Telugu-speaking districts of Hyderabad state in 1956. Then Kerala was created by merging Malabar district and the Kasaragod Taluka of South Kannada districts of Madras state with Travancore Cochin. Then Mysore state was reorganized with the addition of the districts of Bellary and South Kannada, including Kasaragod Taluk and the Uligal Taluk of Coimbatore district from the Madras state, and districts of Belgaum, Bijapur, North Kannada, and Dharwad from Bombay state. These are not now they form at present a part of Karnataka. The Kannada majority districts of Bidar, Raichur, and Kalaburgi from Hyderabad state and the Kurg state. Then the Lakshadweep Islands, Amindivu Islands, and Minicoy Island, which had been divided between the South Kannada and Malabar districts of Madras state, were united and organized into the Union territory of Lakshadweep. what we call as hundreds of thousands of islands. So that is called Lakshadweep. It's Indian territory. Then Bombay state was enlarged by the addition of Saurashtra state and Kutch state. The Marathi-speaking districts of Nagpur division of Madhya Pradesh and the Marathwada region of Hyderabad state. So these were merged and the Bombay state was formed. This was in 1956. Then Rajasthan and Punjab gained territories from Ajmer state and Patiala and East Punjab States Union, that is PIPSU, respectively, and certain territories of Bihar were transferred to West Bengal. So all these things happened in 1956 as a result of First Reorganization Commission. Now we come to the post-1956 history. So Bombay state was split into the linguistic states of Gujarat and Maharashtra on 1st May 1960 by the Bombay Reorganization Act, because there were some riots between Gujarat and Maharashtra and there was demand, and as a result these two states were formed. The former union territory of Nagaland achieved statehood on 1st December 1963. Assam was gradually divided into many smaller states. The Punjab Reorganization Act 1966 resulted in the creation of Haryana on 1 November. So there were Hindu state, one Sikh state, and the capital city, that is the Chandigarh, and Himachal Pradesh, the hill state, and the transfer of the northern districts of Punjab to Himachal Pradesh. So Himachal Pradesh was formed as the hill state. The act also designated Chandigarh as a union territory and the shared capital of Punjab and Haryana. So because there was dispute regarding the territory between Punjab and Haryana, and therefore Chandigarh was the combined territory, and that was created as union territory in 1971 by the Indira Gandhi government. So this dispute went on around 5 years, and from 1966 to 71, in 71 the union territory was formed. Madras state was renamed Tamil Nadu in 1969. The northeastern states of Manipur, Meghalaya, and Tripura were formed on 21 January 1972. That is, the Assam state was further divided into these states. Then Mysore state was renamed Karnataka in 1973. Then on 16 May 1975, Sikkim became the 22nd state of the Indian Union, and the state's monarchy was abolished. So Sikkim was a separate country. It was merged into India, and Sikkim, with strength of 40 MLAs, elected representatives, become 22nd state of India. Then in 1967, Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram became states on 20th February, followed by Goa on 30th May. So Goa, which earlier was a union territory, became a state. While erstwhile union territory of Goa, Daman and Diu, northern enclaves, that is Daman and Diu, became a separate union territory as Daman and Diu. So Goa was split into two parts, one state and one union territory. And there were two districts, that is Daman and Diu, that were ruled by the center. Then we come to the post-2000 history. So in November 2000, 3 new states were created, namely Chhattisgarh from eastern Madhya Pradesh, Uttaranchal from northwest Uttar Pradesh, renamed as Uttarakhand in 2007, and Jharkhand from southern districts of Bihar with the enforcement of Madhya Pradesh Reorganization Act 2000, Uttar Pradesh Reorganization Act 2000, and Bihar Reorganization Act 2000 respectively. So they were formed on 1st November, 9th November, and 15th November respectively. Then Pondicherry was renamed Puducherry in 2007, and Orissa was renamed Odisha in 2011. So there was renaming of the states. Telangana was created on 2nd June 2014 from 10 former districts of northwestern Andhra Pradesh. So Andhra Pradesh was split into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Then in August 2019, the Parliament of India passed the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019, which contains provisions to reorganize the state of Jammu and Kashmir into 2 union territories, that is Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, effective from 31st October 2019, that is Sardar Patel's birthday. So 2 union territories were formed, that is Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Later that year in November, the government of India introduced legislation to merge the union territories of Daman and Diu and Dadra and Nagar Haveli, that is the former Portuguese colonies which were formed as union territories. So these 2 UTs were merged into a single UT, into a single union territory to be known as Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, effective from 26 January 2020. Now, lastly, we come to the new capitals and official languages. So what is, say, present status? So Naya Raipur is going to be planned. So it is planned to replace Raipur as the capital city of Chhattisgarh. So there will be new capital that will build in place of Raipur. Then Khasi language has been declared as the additional official language for all purposes in the districts, subdivision and block level offices of the state government located in the districts of Khasi Jaintia Hills of Meghalaya. So 8th schedule of the constitution lists the official languages, and Khasi language will also become this additional official language. Then Andhra Pradesh was divided into 2 states. Now there was this problem of capital city that is still there. These states are Telangana and a residual Andhra Pradesh on 2nd June 2014. That is, the former integrated Andhra Pradesh was split into these 2 states, that is Telangana and present Andhra Pradesh. Hyderabad, located entirely within the borders of Telangana, is to serve as the capital for both states for a period of time not exceeding 10 years. So this arrangement will last up to 2024, and it will be joint capital, Hyderabad. Actually, Hyderabad and Sikandrabad are the twin cities, and Hyderabad would serve as the joint capital of both of them. That is Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. The government of Andhra Pradesh and the Andhra Pradesh legislature completed the process of relocating to temporary facilities in the inside new capital city Amravati in early 2017. So this Amravati will be the new capital of Andhra Pradesh after Telangana becomes completely capital of Hyderabad. Then Bengali and Nepali are the official languages in Darjeeling and Kurseong subdivisions of Darjeeling district, that is in West Bengal. So these 2 will become official languages. That is, besides Bengali, now Nepali will also be recognized as the official second official language in Darjeeling district. So that completes the history from 1947 onwards up to we can say up to 2020 or 2022. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation.
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji, for your brief presentation. We wish you all the success, and we look forward for more sessions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to Dr. Ravindra. Thanks to Sri Holistic Health Foundation of India, and thanks to Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. Thanks to all the participants also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have with us Dr. Jyoti Makkar. Dr. Jyoti Makkar, you can unmute yourself. You can start your presentation, introduce yourself and express your gratitude and continue with your talk. Over to you.
My topic of presentation is Power of Faith. Before initiating the topic, I would like to thank the Almighty and the organizers for granting me this opportunity for this for presenting on this platform. And I am basically I'm a dental graduate. I have done post graduation in clinical psychology and PG diploma in counseling and family therapy from IGNOU, and various certifications pertaining to the field of psychology. So my topic of discussion today is power of faith. What is faith? Faith is basically derived from a Latin word, heights, or fights, or this French word feeds. Latin word fights and French word feeds. which basically means confidence or trust in someone, person, thing, or a concept. So according to Berkhoff, he was a philosopher. He says faith is something which is beyond religion. Now, various religions have various definitions of faith. According to religion, the faith is belief in God or belief in scriptural injunctions, confiding into the scriptural injunctions. That is faith. In Christianity, faith is believing in the word of God, trusting trusting in the Almighty, and relying on the trust and faithfulness towards God. So in Christianity, the faith, it revolves around the word resurrection. Now, what is this resurrection? Resurrection is basically, according to this Bible, they say that Jesus was raised to life 3 days after his death. Like on Friday, Good Friday, which is celebrated among the Christians, which is also called Black Friday. On that day, Jesus died on the cross, and on Sunday, third day, he was risen back to life with his body. So that is celebrated as Easter. So regarding the power of faith, there is a belief in Bible. There is a very beautiful phrase written that he who has faith in God as big as mustard seed and tells the mountain to move, the mountain will move. So that is a very beautiful thing. So if you see the mustard seed, it is the smallest of all the seeds, tiniest of all the seeds. So if you have even that much faith, you can move the mountains. So what are these mountains of our life? The mountains may be relationship issues, it may be academic issues, it may be health issues, it may be financial issues. All these are mountains in our life, but they can be moved, they can be resolved, they can be removed from our way with the power of faith. Now, in a heart, in the garden of a heart, there is this fertile soil where we have to sow the seed of faith. And how do we water it? We water it with the word of God. Now, what is word of God? All the scriptural injunctions, if you read whichever religion, culture, sect or faith you belong to, they have a scripture prescribed and some religious injunctions according to that. Bhagavad Gita, Bible, Guru Granth Sahib, Quran. If you read all that, that is the word of God, what is written inside. If you water this, and when you surrender to God, when you totally surrender to God, and then the seed of faith is sown in the garden of a heart and it blossoms into a beautiful flower. Now in Bhagavad Gita, in Shloka 2.7, Arjun surrenders to Lord. And he says that, Lord, I surrender to you now that I am in a state of bewilderment and I don't know what to do and what not to do. I surrender to you. And now I am your disciple and you are my master. So it's only when we surrender to the Almighty, we give all our worries, our fears, our tensions, everything to the Lord. And we surrender in the surrender mode. And now whatever will happen for my highest good. That is faith. So in Bible, there is another thing written that love thy Lord, thy God, with the whole of your heart, with whole of your soul, and with whole of your mind. So when we love someone with the whole of our soul, of whole of our heart, and with the whole of our mind, when we love someone so much, we will always trust that person, that whatsoever happens in life, he or she will protect me. Fine. So where there is love, there is also trust, and that trust is faith. So if we change the direction of that love and trust from that someone to Almighty God, Almighty Father God, if we change the direction of that and we make Almighty Father as center of all our activities, then the seed of faith sprouts in a heart. It is sown in a heart and it is watered with the word of God. So daily we have to read all these scriptural injunctions of whichever are in our culture. So then faith is like a hope. It's like a ray of hope when there seems to be none. Faith is that inner voice that comes from your heart and tells you that look at the bright side of things, bright side of the life when circumstances are adverse. Faith is your inner strength when there seems to be none. And so that is the power of faith. With this, I end my topic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jyoti Mata, for your.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Thank you to Almighty. Thank you to the participants.
We request all the speakers to share their details and topic in the chat box so that we can invite you. And whoever is presenting, kindly introduce yourself along with expressing gratitude and also continue with your topic. So next speaker we have with us Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer. You can unmute yourself, ma'am. Start your video and presentation.
Are you able to see and hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. So good evening, friends. And my name is Dr. Vidya, and I'm going to tell about a topic called freedom. So let me share the presentation immediately. So good evening, friends, and thank you, Ravindra sir, and thank you, Mary, for this opportunity. So happy Republic Day. We are all celebrating our 26th January in such a grand manner, the 74th Republic Day for all of us. So what does freedom actually mean to all of us, right? So freedom is a situation that limits the constraints of an individual and allows them to expand their ability and reach their highest potential. So I think, all of us, we understand the word called freedom, but many of us have not taken the responsibility for this, right? And freedom allows the full development of an individual's creativity, sensibility, capabilities, and the autonomy to make their choices. One of the basic human needs is freedom. So, and we have various roles to play. So the freedom or that, the kind of belief that people have in us so that we can take up our roles and responsibilities in the best possible way. That is very important. So human development means to expand human choices, which is required to freedom concept. And human development is the most important factor of the welfare improvement, where the freedom is an essential instrument to achieve it. So now let us understand 10 ways to develop personal freedom. So I'm sure all of us understand what is freedom, but let's see how we can exercise this freedom in our day-to-day activity, right? So the first one is scrap the permission mindset. For every given thing, when you start taking permission, that means you are not self-reflecting or self-examining. I'm not talking for children. I'm talking about adults who can take decisions and who can work in a proper way so that they can own up the responsibilities. Whenever you sit and start taking permission for everything, that means you are not ready to take a responsibility. You're ready in case and everything goes well, then it is fine with you. When something goes wrong, you're ready to say that, that person gave me the, order, and so he has to be blamed. So I am nowhere to get blamed for this. So this is very important, and that is how you need to work on it. Next is Don't do things just because someone tells you to do. So it's not that herd mentality of following, just blindly following what others are doing or instructing you to do. You need to think and then you need to act wisely. So do things because you sincerely believe in yourself and you want to do it, right? Many people say, oh, why did you do this? Everybody was doing it, so I did it. That doesn't work, right? When you're thinking you want personal freedom, you must take the responsibility of thinking deep and then acting accordingly. Understand what's valuable and what isn't. So whenever we start to think about the human virtues, we understand that, we need to etch ourselves the way who we are, right? So if you can communicate in terms of value and provide value to people, you are able to create opportunities for yourself anywhere. So whenever you are standing up for something, it becomes very, very important that people understand what your value system is. Next, make yourself a valuable entity. Now, the more valuable something is, people will desire it, people will want to be with it, people will want to, emulate it, they will become a role model. So that is exactly how you add value to yourself. Now, when you are adding value to yourself, this is going to give you growth, not only in the personal field, in the professional, and in a holistic way, you're going to grow all the directions, right? And keep learning new things. Keep upgrading yourself. Become the best version of yourself. And have a system where there can be more efficiency and develop assets so that you can boost your innate value. Next is taking ownership of your actions and your decisions. So if you see, if you're not just going to wait for instructions to be given to you, when you start being more proactive, when you're starting to think and act wisely, then you're taking up responsibilities, right? So when you take up responsibilities, whether it is a reward or a consequence or a lesson that you're going to learn, you're going to own it. More the times, it'll always be a lesson, right? Because when you win, you have a success story to share. And in case there is something that, you are failed, so you're going to have a story where you can use it as a stepping stone to move forward. Next, hold yourself accountable. Don't give excuses. Many a times, all of us, we like giving excuses. We say, oh, I could not do that because of something else, right? So whenever we start giving excuses, actually, we are moving towards mediocrity of life. That is not freedom, my dear friends. It is when you actually try to get out of your comfort zone. You get into that growth mindset. You polish yourself. You become a better version of yourself. That is when you move towards a more freer you, right? So excuses only pave and polish the path to mediocrity. So which means that the more you are giving excuse, oh, I did not do this because, I cannot do this because. The moment you use that I could not and the word because, you have already started living a life of mediocrity. Always be a part of the solution. See how best you can do it. And how can you do it when things are not in your favor, right? Don't accept failure as a possibility. So all of us, it is like, we all work and we all plan to do something. Now we have two options. One is we put in our heart, body, mind, and soul, and we get success. Obviously, we're going to be happy when we get that, right? But sometimes, even after doing all that, you might face a defeat or a failure. But then there is a lot of lessons to be learned here. And only resiliency and perseverance will push you. That is why we say, try till you succeed. So the road to freedom and to success of any kind is very messy. So if there are many failures, definitely you should understand that it is not the end. The road is there forward, it's just the bend. You need to travel a little more, push yourself a little more, and that is how you will march towards success. So if you want to take autonomy in your decisions and your life path, you must accept failure as a possible outcome. And this failure is not the end, my dear friends. It is not a destination. It is just a roadblock which is going to further take you, once you push for yourself forward, it's further going to take you towards success. Be relentless in your pursuit of self-betterment. Whenever you're trying to find faults with others, stop and start looking out for how much better you can become. Because the more we criticize, condemn, and complain, we are only getting into a mediocrity mode. The more you're ready to self-reflect and understand how best you can be, that means you have no time to sit and complain about others. So victory does not come to the passive. You have to be proactive. It is granted to those who fought the hardest and are the smartest. So track your wins and examine your losses so that you can learn your lessons well. 9 is know yourself. All of us, we are always, trying to look out for things outside. But the most of the answers for all our issues is internal. So when we start knowing ourselves, we are the slave of our own minds and our own habits. We make choices all the time, and sometimes these choices are involuntary. For example, we had a choice today. Today was Republic Day. It's a holiday. We could have just sat and lazed around, or we could have made an effort to sit and listen to all the lectures that we are listening so that we can gain more knowledge, right? So it's all up to us. If we said no to one, we need to claim the consequences of that. So practice constant self-reflection and examination of one's thought. Last is don't rest on your laurels. Whatever success you're getting today is of the hard work you did yesterday. If you want success in the future years, you need to put in your efforts today. So freedom is not only hard earned, it's also hard kept. So all of us have got freedom. We have become republic, but it's all there only when we know the importance of how to keep it well. So audit your successes and same way audit your failures, because you will get lessons of learnings from them. So with that, I come to the end of today's presentation. My name is Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you. Any questions? I'll be able to take it.
Thank you, ma'am, for the brief, insightful session. And we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Happy Vasant Panchami to you and a happy Republic Day to you.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll, if there are no further queries, then we shall move on to our next session.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, delegates. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
So next we have the next speaker we have with us is Mary Florence Frida. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Speakers waiting to present their topic, kindly share your details and topic in chat box. Start your presentation with your introduction and expression of gratitude and your topic.
Good afternoon to everyone. I express my sincere gratitude to Sri Research Holistic Foundation and C Research Institute Center for Arts and Science for giving me the opportunity to present on Republic Day. I am Mary Florence from Bangalore, professional counselor and social worker, and I'm going to do on the fundamental duties in India according to Article 51A. 42 Amendment Act of 1976 added 10 fundamental duties to the Indian Constitution. 18th Amendment Act 2002 later added 11th fundamental duty to the list. Swaran Singh Committee in 1976 commended fundamental duties, the necessity for which was left during the internal emergency of 1975 to 1977. The fundamental duties are dealt with the Article 15A under Part 4A of the Indian Constitution. The topic is very important. The article will mention in detail the 11 fundamental duties and the importance in India. The topic forms a significant part in the major UPC prelim exams, and the 11 fundamental duties are abide by the Indian Constitution and respect its ideals and institutions, the national flag and the national anthem, cherish and follow the noble ideals that inspired the national struggle for freedom, uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity and integrity of India, defend the country and render national service when called upon to do so, promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood amongst all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic, and religion or sectional diversities, and to re-announce practices degradatory to the dignity of women, value and preserve the rich heritage of the country's composite culture, promote and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures, develop scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry and reform, safeguard public property to endure violence, strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activities so that the nation constantly rise to higher levels of endeavor and achievement, provide opportunities for education to his child or ward between the age of 6 to 14 years. This duty was added by the 86th Constitutional Amendment Act 2022. The fundamental duties form an important topic of the IS prelims and can be seen for the competitive exams. And the importance of fundamental duties, they remind Indian citizens of their primary duty towards the society, fellow citizens, and the nation. They warn citizens against anti-national and anti-social activities. They inspire citizens and promote a sense of discipline and commitment among them. They help the courts in examining and determining the constitutional validity of life. I once again thank Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts and Science for giving me the opportunity to present my topic on the fundamental rights of India. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mary, for your brief presentation. I wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. Any other presenters willing to present can share your details in chat box. Dear presenters, share your details and topic in the chat box so that we can unmute you. Kindly share your name, designation, organization, place, and your topic. And those who have registered or those who have not registered, kindly register for the conference. Once you have registered, you might have received an email also in your email ID with the form as well as the joining details and instructions. So kindly check all the details in your email. We have more than 100 participants registered, but we see very less participants here. So those who have not registered can register now. The registration link has been shared in the chat box. So the next session would be by Manasa, role of pharmacist and pharmaceutical industry in public health management. Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Firstly, I thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, for providing me a wonderful opportunity to talk on role of pharmacists and the pharmaceutical industry in the public health management. A very good afternoon to one and all. I wish everyone happy Republic Day. Today, my topic is regarding the role of pharmacists and the pharmaceutical industry in the public health management. Public health is a multidisciplinary area which correlates various other fields so as to strengthen the quality of life. It is also in the modern era requires multidisciplinary approaches where a team of public health workers and other professionals work together for the betterment of the community. Pharmacists play a vital role as an ideal professional for public health at the forefront of healthcare. The knowledge, skills, and expertise of a pharmacist enable them to support public health care by promoting healthy lifestyles, preventing long-term illness, and by guiding patients to a better manage their medicines. A community pharmacist strengthens the public health system in a broad perspective. And public health is defined as the science and art of preventing diseases, prolonging life, and promoting human health through organized efforts and informed choices of society, organizations, public and private communities, and individuals. Analysis of population's health and threats is the foundation for public health. The population can be as tiny as a couple of individuals or as big as a village or a whole town. According to the World Health Organization, health is a concept that makes into consideration the physiological, mental, and social well-being of people. Public health is a multifaceted field which involves epidemiology, biostatistics, and management of various health services. Other aspects of public health include environmental health, community health, behavioral health, health economics, public health protocol, mental health, occupation-related safety. Major goal of public health is to make the quality of life better by preventing and treating diseases, including mental, spiritual, and physical health. This can be achieved by using indicators of health, the vigilant case studies, and promoting healthy behaviors. Public health practices that are performed in today's modern world require multifaceted groups of healthcare professionals and workers. These gigantic organizations, including biostatisticians and infectious disease specialists, medical staff, nurses, obstetricians, biochemists, economists, sociologists, dentists, clinical and hospital pharmacists, data management departments, and physicians, environmental health officials, public health supervisors, and bioethicists. So all plays a major role in public health. Vital contribution of public health service involves identification and solution of community health issues by monitoring health status, diagnosing and findings to be made in case of any community-wide health hazards, information, training, and empowerment of the community about various health problems are provided by pharmacists about many diseases, develop plans and guidelines to promote individual and social health initiatives, mobilize civic partnerships related to health, ensuring safety and shielding health by enforcement of regulatory guidelines. Not only that, cascading individuals to decide personal health care and assuring health care services when not available, affirming major and competent health care workforce for the community. Assessment of population-based healthy services for effectiveness, safety, accessibility, and quality, adding on to the existing knowledge through research and bringing out innovative, effective solutions for health issues. The major motive of the pharmaceutical sector in the public health perspective is to develop efficacy, safety, and high quality of medicinal products and provide them same to the needed ones, irrespective of their economic and social status. On the front line of healthcare, pharmacists have an important place in primary and intensive care units. The knowledge and skill of a pharmacist and a convenient accessibility for the public enable them to support the public by promoting healthy lifestyles, preventing long duration alignments, and guiding patients to improve their dosage regimens. The role of pharmacists has expanded ahead of traditional drug dispensing, compounding, and distribution. In today's world, the service of a pharmacist involve higher patient orientation, regulatory, and public health functions. Various objectives of public health which can be aided through a unique set of skills of pharmacists, and they are expertised in different disciplines like pharmacotherapy, pharmacovigilance, prevention services, access to healthcare services, patient counseling, and various other work performed by them. Pharmacies are an easily available source for providing health and medication information to the patient. Apart from dispensing and distributing medicines in public health, the profession of pharmacist is not formally defined. The wide health knowledge and expertise of a pharmacist makes them an appropriate source for providing public health services. In most public-private environments, such as hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, retail shops, and nursing homes, in our community, they are an appropriate source for educating on sedentary living, which impacts on healthy outcomes. Not only that, they may play a vital role in environmental quality. The low economic, racial, and ethnic minorities are more prone to environmental pollution as the living conditions in areas where such population resides are polluted more likely seen in India. Major adult populations falls into the category above the poverty line than the normal population. And access to healthcare, it is been noticeable that elderly people don't monitor their health regularly. There are less dietitians available nationwide, but Society of India is one of the largest group of this specialists of any medical community in the country. And this medicine department of all Indian Institute of Medical Sciences offers many services to the public at several stages, including nursing and development of drug dose regimen. And they act as an active educationalist. Caregivers in public health Doctors, dentists, nutritionists, and other health practitioners need different levels of drug therapy understanding so as to provide rational drug therapies. And pharmacists are the best institution for teaching and training of physicians, nurses, and other health workers on the different dimensions of adverse events of drugs, giving them prescriptions and issues related to the drug therapy. And not only that, they add knowledge by offering services within the government health schemes, information about the drug through newsletters, seminars, teleconferencing, and short-term courses in nursing and medical colleges. And not only that, they assures medical errors. They distribute drugs and provides drug information, consultation, and counseling to the patients and to the other healthcare professionals to meet their needs and complaints, thus assuring improved healthcare to mankind. Various medical errors can be prevented by pharmacists by enhancing patients' literacy towards health and by keeping a vigilant check and balance. An impact of pharma on public health management. They plays a vital role in public health management system. The main function of the pharmaceutical companies is basically formulating, developing, and bringing life-saving efficacy medicines to the market for promoting good health to the mankind. The industry contributes to the public health arena in various ways, like excelling the techniques of pharmaceutical manufacturing, providing medicines, and providing finances for healthy initiatives, and tackling the pandemic situations and responding in catastrophic disease situations and deliver education. And they also plays a major role in synthesizing, formulating, and developing medicinal products for the betterment of the public health. Again, pharmaceutical organizations work closely with the public health care NGOs for patient care. Since ancient times, the pharmaceutical industry has contributed to public health through innovation and by generating new products that are easily available to the needy ones at affordable prices. And not only that, augmentation of research plans of public health with pharmaceutical industry is a big challenge. As all we know, pharmacy is a profession but has undergone metamorphosis. Where in the past it was more dispensing oriented, now it focuses on safe and effective uses of medicine so as to achieve optimal patient outcomes. Studies have found that the pharmacists with broader duties have reduced overall expenses and enhanced the quality of healthcare products, and especially chronic conditions obtained by healthy systems. And pharmaceuticals are the most frequently used therapeutic modalities by a country's population. For better compliance of the patients is to improve, to provide counseling and assistance with therapeutic regimens, and to ensure that medicines are taken appropriately. And they plays a vital role in this new era of modernization where chronic ailments like hypertension, diabetes, and infectious diseases like HIV and tuberculosis are requiring long-term treatment regimens. And contributions of pharmacists through home care, hospitals, long-term care, community pharmacy, or other structured healthcare systems to patient care facilities. And they also plays a major role in preventing and accessing care by means of health screenings and training. Given the shortage of workforce among healthcare professionals, pharmacists can act as a first responders, providing over-the-counter clinical advice, which give relief that can help to reduce unnecessary emergency room visits for relevant circumstances. And the pharmacy and therapeutics advisory committees often develop and examine protocols so that they are often engaged in chronic diseases, clinical leadership, and in the diagnosis and therapy of minor illness. In addition, by undertaking primary prevention through healthy education, pharmacists provide the community with an outstanding source of human capital. The core of government health is primary prevention. Therefore, Higher emphasis requires to be placed on the leadership of role of pharmacists in the infrastructure of government health. Once again, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And also I thank all the participants for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And I thank Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Manasa, for the insightful presentation. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. And
Thank you, sir.
next we have with us Dr. Ketan Veera. You can start your video and audio and your presentation.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So at the outset, I thank the organizers, Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Science and Wellbeing for organizing such a beautiful platform on the auspicious day of India's Republic Day as well as Vasant Panchami. So my greetings to one and all. My topic is India's savings to GDP, trends and challenges. I'll share the slide. 1 second. Kindly let me know once it is visible. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. So we have an interesting story when it comes to our economics. And one of the major concern and one of the major challenge which India has always faced is low savings due to low income. Now, if you look at it, India during independence had all the characteristics of an underdeveloped nation. We were caught into the vicious cycle of poverty. It was primarily because of low income resulting into low savings, resulting into low capital formation, and eventually low growth. However, over the years, based on the data which I have taken from the World Bank, we have seen a fantastic development considering many of our neighboring nations in the midst of the challenges which we have. However, the recent trend where we look at our savings as a percentage of GDP has fallen to 28%, which is almost 13 to 15 years low, creates a concern for India, especially when we are at the cusp or we are at the point of trajectory towards the growth, we being the largest developing country. Now, if you look at it, what has made India's saving rate to GDP to be low throughout? So if you look since the planning stage of 1950, right, the very first 5-year plan of 1951-56 very clearly focused. It was more or less, those who are from economics background can understand it was based on a Herod-Domar model, although it has never explicitly mentioned so, that India's saving rate should be enhanced. And it was a vision at that point of time that if India's saving rate comes to 20% of the GDP, India will definitely have a consistent growth of 5%. We were thinking about it, it was more or less closer to what we call it as a Hindu growth of 3 to 4%. Another reason for India's low savings is basically the role of state, a socialist approach. Although we have adopted a mixed economy, but if you look till 1970s until 1980s, more or less the pattern has been more or less quite socialist. We did not allow our private sectors to grow. However, there has been some external factors also like wars. Throughout our independence, we have seen 4 major wars, which some way or the other resulted into government changing its outlay from the sectors which need to give push to the saving and capital formation to defense. And 2 droughts can never be forgotten are the major factors which led to an inflationary pressure. One of the major issue for why we were not able to accelerate. There are 2 models in economic development. They talk about a contradictory view of Amartya Sen's model and Bhagwati's model. Amartya Sen model says that the government should focus more on social infrastructure, which will lead to a development of human development, which will lead to growth. However, Bhagwati takes another step. He says that the government should focus more on development, which may lead to an inequality initially, but subsequently will lead to a growth and ultimately may have a broad-based growth too. However, unfortunately, we neither ever followed the Sen's model nor the Bhagwati's model. Our policy responses have been more or less based on the more forced factors. For example, we take LPG. Right, we were forced into it rather than actually a proactive measures. And there has been lags in reforms. Influenced by Russia earlier, erstwhile USSR, and later we have always been influenced by the West. However, if you take the recent policy response to COVID, it was very independent response. And that's the reason, if you look at Indian economy today, we have been able to tame inflation. Taming inflation will result into our savings increasing, thus investment or capital formation, and subsequently the economic growth. Infrastructure challenges also in the present situation. If you look at it, then proposed Gati Shakti plan, which will reduce the logistics cost by around 5 to 7%, ultimately will result into higher rate of saving, because lower inflation always leads to a higher rate of savings. One more major reason, if you look at India's sectoral growth, we have missed on our industrial growth. Make in India, the flagship program of our present government, very ambitious, will see its light now with the labor reforms coming in, with the Gati Shakti coming in, which ultimately will make India a good destination for manufacturing or a global manufacturing hub. One of the questions many economists have criticized when it comes to India's growth, whether it is a V-shape, W-shape, U-shape, or K-shape growth. What India requires is a broad-based growth, which will ultimately result into increase in the employment and increase in the income, which will result into increase in saving. And definitely, if we are able to achieve it, we can be a developed nation in another 25 years. That's all from my end. Thank you so much to one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. Any questions if you have, I can take it up. Any questions?
I think there are no queries.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ravindra sir, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ketanji, for joining us. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Look forward for more sessions in the future.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Next, we have with us Mr. Nagaraj H. Mr. Nagaraj, if you are available in the conference, you can raise your hand. You can't see your name. Okay, then we will move on with other session. Let's look at major milestones or significant events in the history of Indian independence. Like we have seen various revolutions, like Green Revolution, Blue Revolution, White Revolution, which were significant milestones in achieving the growth and accelerating the growth. The Green Revolution was superheaded and spearheaded by M.S. Swaminathan, which resulted in a great production of food grains, especially wheat and rice, following the introduction of high-yielding variety seeds and food crops. Over the period from 1967-68 to 1977-78, which changed India's status from a food deficient country to the world's leading agriculture nation to food surplus country. And White Revolution, which was headed by Verghese Kurian, who is also referred as father of White Revolution, created self-sustaining business and largest rural employment sector in country, with the largest milk production supply. Today, India is largest producer of milk in the world, and dairy farming now accounts for a third of all rural revenue. And this later on led to formation of Anand Milk Producers Union Limited, AMPUL, later known as Amul. And it is now expanding to all over the country, which was initially started in Gujarat. And even coming to space and technology, in 1969, Indian Space Research Organization was founded, giving space research a new direction. Aryabhata, the first space satellite, was launched in 1975. In 1986, Rakesh Sharma became the first Indian to go into the space, and the Make in India initiative produced the best indigenous technology-based launch vehicles. Even today, India sent 10 satellites into orbit with PSLV C9 in 2008, setting a new world record. And a result of Mangalyaan, India became the first country to reach Mars on our first attempt, after successfully launching satellites such as Chandrayaan to the moon. And we have the credit of launching 100 plus satellites in a single launch and placing successfully into the orbit. It sets as an emerging leader or a leader in the space technology. And in the recent pandemic time, a record of 200 plus crore vaccines was manufactured within the time frame of 1 to 1.5 years. And India's cumulative COVID-19 vaccination coverage crossed 200 crore or more than 2 billion mark on July 17, 2022, in just 18 months since vaccination began in the country. So this holds the record of largest vaccinating population by any country or nation. And also India has supplied to various nations across the globe, and that also set the record. And India also had booming startup ecosystem touching the 100 unicorns mark. India's startup ecosystem has achieved a new milestone, opening entry into the coveted unicorn club comes at a time when the Indian startups are booming. With acceleration in fundraising and capital, India has been declared the third largest startup ecosystem in the world after the US and China, according to the Economic Survey 2021-22 released by the Ministry of Finance. And even with the film and media industry, India has achieved various Oscar awards, Indian film industry. Banu Ataya, the best costume design. Satyajit Ray, honorary award. Raisil Puputi, best sound mixing. A.R. Rahman, best original score and best original song. Gulzar, best original song, and many others nominated for Oscar award. Even with Indian Railways, which was nationalized in 1951, today is the largest rail network in the world and the second largest network operated under single management, and it is expanding. And State Bank of India is the largest bank in the world. In 1955, the Imperial Bank of India was nationalized, with the Reserve Bank of India taking a 60% stake in it, and the name was changed to State Bank of India. And it is the largest public sector bank serving the nation. And even in terms of nuclear armed nation, 24 years after Pokhran 1, the Indian Defence Research Organization, DRDO, and Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, conducted 5 further nuclear tests at Pokhran on May 11th and 13th, 1998. Making it the nation part of nuclear force. And the recent milestone, the 15th President of India, Draupadi Murmu, has taken oath on July 25th, 2022, being the first tribal president from Odisha. And there are various other milestones. And next, we will take up another session. So we have with us Mr. Nagaraj H. He is a visually challenged person. He is presently Deputy Manager, State Bank of India, Assistant Governor, Rotary Club, Bangalore. Abilities. So he would be presenting on Indian bank contributions before and after independence. You can now unmute yourself and start your video and presentation.
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes, Nagaraj.
Yeah.
Please continue.
So good afternoon, everybody. I wish all of you a very happy 74th Republic Day. And today is one of the special day for us as India is celebrating such a grand festival. And we wanted to know the history of this Republic Day. That is first, the Constituent Assembly was established by Dr. Rajendra Prasad and the team. And the drafting committee for the Constitution was started by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and the entire team. And in this, we have to first look after the preamble of our Constitution. The preamble says, "We, the people of India, solemnly proclaimed India into a sovereign, socialist, economic, political democracy, liberty of thought, belief, faith, and worship, equality of opportunities and status, fraternity, assuring the dignity of individual and unity of the nation." So this way, this preamble is very important, which promotes for fundamental rights, fundamental duties, and directive principles of state policy. So in this way, the banking evolution, I wanted to talk, that is before and after independence. As you know, banking is a financial institution. So banking, commercial banks have given priority in the second schedule of the Reserve Bank of India, which says the public sector banks need to be given priority. And along with that, the private sector few banks and regional rural banks have come into picture in the banking sector. You know, when you say banking in the Indian sector is actually in 1949 Banking Regulation Act was passed, so which was very important. And we look after the banks in a different ways. That is, first thing is before independence, we got a few banks started before independence. We call it as a phase one, that is pre-independence period. So in this time, we got almost 600 and more than 600 banks were there. And the first among the bank was started in 1860. That is Bank of Hindustan was started. So it was there till 1830, 1770 it was started. It was there till 1830. It was in Kolkata. And after that, we got few other banks started in commercial banks, such as Allahabad Bank was started in 1860, and Indian Bank was started. And we have got establishment of the in 19th century, you know, after the Allahabad Bank, Bank of Baroda was started, and Andhra Bank was started during that time. And some are survived and some have gone off. And in Karnataka, we got a lot of banks started, more than 5-6 banks started. We call it as a cradle of banking that time. So such as Canara Bank, Vijaya Bank, Syndicate Bank, and we have got Corporation Bank. And in Andhra Pradesh, we got Andhra Bank. Like that, a lot of banks were started. So as you say, Bank of Bengal, Bank of Madras, and Bank of Bombay were merged in 18th century, was started and merged into form a Imperial Bank of India, which were later started as State Bank of India. So this way, all this growth was happened in before independence. So I'm very happy to say that our State Bank of Mysore was also started in 1913, where I was working, and now it is State Bank of India. So now we will go to the phase 2. Phase 2 means this is post-independence phase era. In this time, we got a lot of things like 5-year plans was started, planning commissions was started, and new schemes, financial commission was started, and a lot of plans were there for the banks. Banks were given a lot of funds to implement the program, especially the welfare programs. RBI, Reserve Bank of India, was started in 1935 and was nationalized in 1949. And Banking Regulation Act was formed in 1949. And we got this Government of India nationalized about 14 commercial banks in 1969. That was a historic movement because under the Banking Regulation Act, they wanted to do this. And in 1975, the Government of India has recognized several groups, self-help groups were started, and a lot of things were excluded, like 1962 war was there, 1965 China and Pakistan war, we lost a lot of money, and 1928, Great Depression also has come. So agriculture, industry, and infrastructure has given a lot of priority, and intermediaries need to be stopped, especially the money lenders who are charging heavy interest. So women, children, youth, laborers, farmers, soldiers, everybody need a finance. That is why they have nationalized these banks. And in 1980, 8 more banks have been nationalized. And in 1990, the banking institutions were created. A lot of institutions, such as we call it as specialized financial institutions. The evolution of the financial services was so much. That is the third phase, I can say. In 1982, NABARD, that is National Agriculture Development Bank of India, National Agricultural Bank for Development was started. And in 92, we got to support this agricultural support. Exim Bank was also started in the same year to promote the export and foreign trade. And National Housing Board was also set up, financial board. So like this, the banking as SIDBI was started, ICICI Bank was started, IDBI, ICICI Bank. So many banks were started to support the small and marginal and medium financial institutions. So SEBI was started, that is the Security Exchange Board of India, to regulate the Indian market. IRDA was started to regulate the insurance company. So this way, all these developments are happened. So this third phase is called LPG. LPG means liberalization, privatization, and globalization era. So after PV Narasimha Rao, when he was a prime minister, that time then finance minister Manmohan Singh announced this LPG. So till date, all these things were started. A lot of development, sea change is happened in Indian banking and in Indian economy. So private and foreign banks and a lot of payment banks, everything got implemented. Foreign banks were also grown up in a very big way. So RBI also approved a lot of new banks like HDFC Bank, Axis Bank, ICICI Bank, and HSBC Bank. So many new different banks have started operating and functioning in a very big way. So to support the industry, agriculture, and so many other sectors, Bandhan banks were there, Yes Bank was started, Kotak Mahindra Bank was started. So like this way, even in foreign also, Citibank, HSBC Bank, American Express Credit, Express Bank, so many banks were started. Like even after 2000, that is fourth phase, that is 5G era, or we call it as a blockchain technology. So this way, so many things started. Please be on the line. One. Hold on. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please continue.
Yeah, I'll continue. So this way, banks have got a lot of new developments in such a way that digital payments have been focused in a very big way. So lot of new schemes have been started. Even our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has started the program called PMJDY, that is Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana. So this has given financial inclusion. So wherever these banks have no reach, they have reached, because equally everybody needs a banking facilities. So even this banking services have been liked by everybody, and we request everybody to open accounts. So a lot of facilities are there in banks. So in this Republic Day, I want to tell you that whatever the transactions you need, whatever the bill payments, whatever things needs to happen, everything is happening in the fingertips, like this internet banking, mobile banking, credit card, ATM or debit cards. So many things are happening because of this. So what is the, why they made the nationalization of banks? One is they want to energize the priority sectors. They want to improve, because a lot of money was there with the kings and a lot of rich people. It has to be bridged and it should be equally distributed to rich and poor. One. Second thing is customers' deposits were lost. Somebody was taking and nobody was keeping it safely. That is why depositors' education, depositors' helping, all these things are happening. And NPA was more before, and now after this nationalization, so for example, State Bank of India, if you say, if you have more than 22,000 branches, you have more than 62,000 ATMs, you have got more than 40 crores customers. So this way, lot of developments are happening. So mobilization of our savings, those who are having savings, good savings, they will get good interest. So this is where banks are helping for economic and political helping for all the sectors. So this way, banks are increasing the, improving the profits, efficiency, competition, quality, and empowering the people. And self-help groups are improving. Microfinance is increasing. Financial inclusion is happening in a big way. Microfinance is providing, that is, self-help groups are getting a lot of things. GDP, that is gross domestic product, is happening very nice way. Better outreach is happening. Export is happening in a very big way. So this way, the bank's contribution is very much there in green revolution. And we want to say that because of all these banks, people are happy that my money is safe, and I'm looking after things, whether it is a private bank or a public bank or whatever bank it may be. So government, in the government is having a stake control of this public sector bank about 58%, especially State Bank of India. Government is owning 58%. And this way, they have given a lot of importance to government. So shares, they are helping to do the shares, invest in the shares, and improving the shares licensing. Stock exchanges are growing because of these banks. So we have a lot of new private banks. They are giving competition to government banks, but in rural areas, government banks are more than private banks. And if you say small banks, especially Ujjivan Bank or this Nikechi Bank, all these things, they are doing transfers. This payment banks, especially this Airtel Payment Bank or Jio Payment Bank, they are catering to the needs of so many people. So everywhere these banks are increasing in a very big way. So that is what I want to tell. This online payments are rising like anything. You got a status that recently more than 2 trillion transactions are happening through UPI, that is Phone Pay, Google Pay, Paytm, and this new whatever these apps are coming. Apps are growing in a very big way. They are giving a very big service. So that is why I want to tell you to different aspects, like you have a current account, you have a saving account, you have a fixed deposit, you have a term deposit, recurring deposit. So all these things are giving a priority in the banking sector. And even in the loans also, you've got a lot of things like home loan, car loan, education loan, personal loans, and agriculture loan, company like micro, small and medium enterprises loan. So Mudra loan. So this way, banks are given a lot of importance. So, you know, banks, when we got importance was, we had a demonetization time in 2016, 17. Lots of old money, they brought it and changed into new money. And because of that, we have got a lot of new technologies were started increasing people, because we cannot get the change for the 2000 rupees. Very difficult that time. Bank in front of the banks, people were standing in a queue, and corruption was stopped, frauds were stopped, black money was stopped. So this way, economic productivity, consumption, distribution, economic exchange, economic planning, every public finance increasing properly, keeping the finance, keeping the tax properly, all these were happen only through the banks. So banks' main responsibility is accepting the deposits, that is public fund, where banks will give some interest, and providing, demanding withdrawal. That is, whenever people want to withdraw any money, banks are there to support them to take their money whenever they want. And banks are lending loans, as I said, vehicle you want, or personal loan, or education, or agriculture, or company, whatever you want, you can use it. So you can transfer money from through RTGS, that is real-time gross settlement, or NEFT, National Electronic Fund Transfer, through internet banking, through mobile banking, through lot of apps. You can use this. So issue the draft. So DDs you will get, LC, that is letter of credits you get, lot of remittance you can get. So you will get lockers facility, safe custody, gold loans, gold deposits. So all this safety banks are keeping in a very nice way. So banks are dealing with foreign exchange. It's very, very important. So foreign exchange, Nastro, Vastro accounts, NRO, NRE accounts, all these accounts they were keeping. So that is why I'm telling the functions of banking are very important. So banks are very important nowadays to give security, to give confidence to the money, to give control of the inflation. So growth of people and business is happening. Poverty is removing, illiteracy is going away, because scholarships, pension, everything will be dispersed through banks only. It's controlling inflation. As I said, mediators, interference is going away. So investors' confidence, it's moving, and macroeconomic growth is happening to meet the needs of all the people through banks only. So this way, banks are very, very important. Nowadays, banks are growing in a new way, that is productivity, and banks are growing in doorstep bankings are a lot, and the standard of facilities have been developing, that is underdeveloped countries have been given a lot of benefits. CSR facility banks are doing, that is corporate social responsibilities. And people's agriculture is a backbone, industry is a backbone, and trade is a backbone. So this banking is taking care. So blockchain technology banks are introducing. So NREGA scheme, that is National Rural Employment Guarantee Program, so that is banks are implementing. 5G technologies banks are improving, and providing sustainability is there in the banks. So this way, I want to wish you all a happy 74th Republic Day, and I request all of you to utilize this banking service. Anytime any service is required from the banking side, so I got an opportunity to work here and speak about the banking issues. And even this is also one of the challenging topic, that is before and after independence also, banks are contributing a lot to the growth of our economy. Okay, so thank you, Ravindra sir, Mary madam, and everybody for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj, for your insightful presentation on banks. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Look forward for more sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions I can answer?
Yeah, participants, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand. Yeah, hope there are no queries. Yeah, Dr. Ketan has a query.
Good evening,
Yes, sir.
Nagaraj sir. Very beautiful.
Good evening, sir.
Very good presentation. You covered an entire banking evolution, growth, and everything. Commendable, sir. And you included everything. Like, it was very, very comprehensive. Sir, I have one concern. If my presentation was on savings to GDP, right? Now,
Yeah.
if you look at many of the developing nations, right, their savings rate also has gone up to GDP. No
Exactly.
doubt that GDP has not increased to the tune to which India's GDP has increased, right?
Exactly.
Now
Yes.
the question arises, why is it that our saving rate are not reaching to the expected level? Even recently, if you look at it, we came down to 28% of the GDP, which is 15 years low. So in spite of such a big financial intermediation of banking sector and the development of banking sector, still our saving rates are not, saving to GDP rate is not going up, sir.
Yes, exactly. Whatever you said is right, Kitin sir. Actually, the reality is that only that basically what is happening is there is a lot of competitions in the banks. So a lot of new banks are coming, a lot of private banks are coming, a lot of foreign banks are coming. The problem is actually this interest rate is varies from banks to banks. One. Second thing is whatever the people are invested in the deposits are trying to investing in where they get more money. Like some people are investing in mutual funds, some people are investing in life, SBI life or life insurance. Some people are investing in RD, FD. Some people are investing in NVP like this. So, but the problem what is happening is people most of the time I am checking in our bank also. If they kept this 50,000 or 1 lakh today, by next month they will take this money because they will have some spending and they will put it in some other places. So one problem I am seeing is awareness is lacking. I think we need to create a lot of awareness about investing. One. Second thing is we need to encourage the companies, the government departments to invest, and we need to provide some facilities to them. Like if I provide free statements to their mail IDs. If I provide some extra benefits, for example, if you have good savings, I should. If you need a car, I can give. If you need a home, I can give. Like that, some facility. I think the direct interaction with the customer and the agency should be linked in a very big way. And whenever they go to the counters, the staff should provide excellent quality service to the customer. That is lacking in many places. That has to go down. That has to come down. And this new technology, what is happening? They can save, they can invest, they can spend whatever they want, they can do, which is all in their fingertips. But this awareness needs to be increased. And when you say this GDP, every time it is fluctuating, like sometimes it is increasing, sometimes it is decreasing. It's based on what the programs they're announcing, what are the policies, the schemes they're announcing. That way it is going on. So that is why there should be balance. I think RBI should keep some monitoring on this. Then all these things will happen in a perfect way, sir. So this is my.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So I understand that still awareness is lacking, in spite of the fact that government came up with Jan Dhan Yojana and everything. Still awareness is not there, right, sir?
Exactly. Exactly.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ravindra, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ketan, and thank you, Ms. Nagaraj, for the wonderful interaction. So we will move on to our next session. We have with us Professor Ronaldo Denel. He's a clinical psychologist professor from Arizona University, USA. So would be talking on habit change. We welcome you, Professor, once again to this international conference and then our platform.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate that and happy to see all of you again. I'm Professor Ron O'Donnell from Arizona State University. and I'm going to talk today about habit change. Now, I'll begin by saying it was recently a new year. We celebrated New Year, and what do many of us do on New Year? We make resolutions. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to stop smoking. I'm going to drink less alcohol. I'm going to exercise more. And what happens? Most of us, we make a great effort for a few days, a few weeks, and then suddenly we go back to our old habits. So the message is changing your habits is very difficult. And if we work with patients, helping our patients to change their habits is critical. If our patients have type 2 diabetes or hypertension, it's really important that they learn to effectively lose weight, eat healthier foods, avoid unhealthy foods, take medication as prescribed. These are all habits, and they're very difficult for many patients. Even with the best medications for type 2 diabetes, medications for hypertension, if the patient does not take care of their health, they'll still have worse and worse outcomes over time. So I'm going to talk about emerging new findings in habit change that I think offer us some tools to help patients be more effective in changing their habits. I'll share my screen now. So again, I always encourage my colleagues, if they have any questions or want to do collaboration, please contact me by email. I'll be happy to chat and give you more information about these approaches. So again, we want to get rid of our old bad habits. We want to stop eating wonderful but high-fat, unhealthy street food. You want to stop using too much salt in our food, but stopping those old habits is very difficult, and adding new habits is also a challenge. How do we do it? There have been a number of recent books published that are very popular on this topic. Habit Stacking is one book. Atomic Habits is another book. Atomic Habits, I think, has sold around 5 million copies worldwide. So what strikes me is people who want to change their habits, they're finding these books very useful. And they all have one thing in common. They have in common the idea of, when you want to start a new habit, start with a very small habit, a tiny habit, mini habit, atomic habit, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So you can almost guarantee you'll be successful with if you work with it. So that's the goal, is to use small habits in a certain way to build habits. How do you build a habit? You repeat the same activity, the same new behavior every day at the same time until it becomes unconscious. You do it without thinking. Maybe you wake up in the morning, you make some tea or coffee. Maybe you wash your face. Maybe you brush your teeth after you have breakfast. These are all habits. You do them without thinking. You don't think about, I'm going to brush my teeth now. You just do it because it's a habit. Our goal is to have our patients or ourselves use the same approaches to create new health habits that become part of our life without even thinking about them. So a habit is an acquired mode of behavior that's become nearly or completely involuntary. So again, having coffee or tea, washing up in the morning, saying your prayers at a certain time of your day. These are things we do them so often, so repeatedly, that they become involuntary, unconscious. We just do them without thinking about them. They're part of our routine. Our goal is to find ways to add new habits based on the same way we acquire existing habits. Here's a typical habit loop from research. We have a cue or a craving. It could be a cue from our environment. We walk past the favorite stand selling our favorite deep fried street food. We walk past a store selling cigarettes. We see wonderful, you get home from work, you want to exercise, but you see your TV screen there and a bag of potato chips and soda, and you want to relax and not exercise. So we have some cue, a TV, food, or it could be in our head. It could be we have a fight or argument with our spouse or supervisor, and we feel upset, and we want to do something to make ourselves feel better. So maybe we grab a cigarette, maybe we grab a glass of alcohol, maybe we have a nice, wonderful treat. we respond with a way to make that craving go away. So if you have a feeling of stress and you want to feel better, having a puff on your cigarette will make you feel more relaxed and at ease, more sharp. If you see a wonderful and smell street food and you have a bite, it's delicious. That's your behavior is the bite of the food. Reward is the wonderful feeling you have in your mouth as you taste the sensation and in your stomach as you become full. So a cue in our environment or in ourself leads to our response, leads to reward. And that loop repeats itself over and over until you act on that without even thinking about it. Every time you pass that street food stand, you have to have something because it's a habit now. That's how habits are formed. So there's a recent focus on the science of habit change. And here are some of the findings. To make a habit change, pick a small routine, a tiny habit, an atomic habit. For example, I'll meditate for 5 minutes every day. I'll eat one healthy fruit or vegetable during lunch. Set a reminder. Do it every day at the same time and tie it to an existing habit. That's called habit stacking. So for example, every day I have breakfast and a cup of coffee. I might write down on my reminder to, after my coffee, do a 5-minute meditation. So every time I have the coffee as a cue to do meditation. I might, at lunchtime every day, put a nice bowl of fruit on my table, and after I finish my lunch, I'll have a healthy piece of fruit. So I tie a new habit to an existing habit. It creates an easy way to remind you about the new habit. And be persistent. It takes a long time to create a new habit where it becomes involuntary and routine. Weeks or even months. It takes longer for more difficult habits. So don't give up. You have to be persistent. And that's why picking a tiny habit is recommended, something you can be successful at. Don't try and make too big of a goal because you'll fail and give up. So here's the definition of a cue or a craving, something in your environment, like a fast food restaurant, sign, or an ad. It can be an emotional cue, like feeling sad or worried or angry. It can be the time of day, such as when you have a lunch break or when you are getting off work and want to have a smoke or a drink after work with dinner. It can be somebody else, like a person you have conflict with, a boss, a coworker you're not getting along with. This cue creates a craving, a desire to take an action, to perform some routine to satisfy the craving. You must do something to satisfy that craving. The routine is our behavior, how we respond to the cue or craving. What do we do? What actions do you take in response to the craving? The routine leads to a reward. You feel better. You satisfy your craving and you don't feel the need after you engage in the behavior. So that's really the routine that is part of the habit loop I just talked about. When we're trying to make a change, it's good to identify the person we want to become, rather than having a goal, a specific goal to start with. So for example, if you want to exercise more, don't say, I'm going to walk 10,000 steps a day, because that's a very difficult goal to achieve for many people who get busy with work, with family. Instead, start with your identity. Who do you want to be? I want to be a walker. I want to be a healthier person. I want to be an exerciser. Start with your identity, because every time you do one small thing towards that identity, you're successful. If my identity is to be a walker and I just walk for 5 minutes, I'm still making movement towards the identity, the person I want to be, and that's reinforcing. If I set a goal, walking 10,000 steps, I only walk 5,000 steps, only 4,000 steps one day, I feel, oh, I didn't reach my goal, I'm a failure. So your identity should drive your motivation, not the actual goal. We need goals, of course, but first focus on your identity. So focus on the person you want to become. Who do you want to be? How do you want to change yourself? Prove it to yourself with small wins. Identify, your identity is formed by your habits. What you do determines who you are. If you walk every day for 10 minutes, if you take your stairs every day for 10 minutes, if you eat a healthy fruit every day for lunch, you become a healthy walker. You become a healthy eater. So the goal is to think about your identity and drive your motivation with that. This is from the book by James Clear called Atomic Habits, and just some rules and laws for a good habit. Make it obvious. If you want to exercise in the afternoon after you get home from work, put your exercise clothes and walking shoes on. Make it attractive. If you want to have something healthy to eat, pick a food you like that's still enjoyable, one of your favorite fruits or vegetables. Make it easy. If you want to have that fruit or vegetable, put a bowl of fruit or vegetables on your kitchen table and make it satisfying. You must have a reward that satisfies a craving. So you must enjoy the new routine you're doing. And for most people, if they start practicing meditation, for example, start walking, it becomes rewarding. You feel better when you do this healthier behavior. For the bad habits, how do you change a bad habit? Make it invisible. If you're trying to eat healthier foods, don't buy unhealthy foods and bring them home. Make it unattractive. Tell yourself, you want to try to avoid foods you know are not going to be good for you. Make it difficult. If you take a walk or drive to work, try to avoid driving past some of your favorite fast food places and make it unsatisfying. When you have an urge, think about how much you regret the feeling of eating unhealthy food afterward, how much you might feel guilty or upset with yourself. These are some examples of what I just mentioned, how to create a good habit. I'm not going to read these now, but you can just read yourself some of the examples. For making it easy, the third law, prime the environment. Do things to design your environment to give you reminders to do what you do. It could be a reminder on your smartphone or on your watch. It could be using Post-its in your home or office with little reminders what you want to do more of, what time of the day. It could be setting your alarm on your watch every day at the same time to take a 5-minute walk. These are all things you can do to design your environment to better support you making a new habit. This is an example of habit stacking, where you simply just tell yourself to make a schedule. After my current habit, I will add a new habit. And here's some examples. After I drink my coffee, my morning coffee or tea, I'll meditate for 1 minute. You might then add another habit to that one. After I meditate for 1 minute, I'll have one fruit or vegetable for lunch. After lunch, I'll go to the refrigerator and put the fruit and vegetable in plain sight in my house. So you can do things to stack habits together to make it easier to remember which one to do. I do this myself, for example. I do a 10-minute mindfulness meditation every day. After breakfast, I'll have breakfast, have my coffee, and spend 10 minutes doing mindful meditation. I've been doing that technique for about 6 months now and find it very effective. I don't really think about it, I just do it. That's how you form a new habit. Here's a little more detail on how to add a new positive habit. Complete a scorecard, simply meaning make a list of your current daily habits that you do every day. I wake up every day with my alarm clock. I put on my slippers. I have my tea or coffee. I have my breakfast. I brush my teeth. I change my clothes. Make a list of the most common things you do every day. And use a calendar. You can use a written calendar. You can use your own computer calendar to write down your habit schedule. Then you can begin to check, is it a desirable, a positive habit you want to keep, or a negative habit, or neutral, neither one. For me, having my breakfast, having your coffee, those are all positive things. I have a healthy breakfast. I enjoy my coffee. But if I have a habit of watching TV at the end of the day after work, maybe that's an unhealthy habit that I don't feel good about. I watch too much TV. So here's how to replace an existing or a bad habit you don't like. You have to analyze your habit loop. Remember the cue, the response, and the reward? What occurred right before you engaged in the behavior and the habit? What did you actually do before you had that street food, before you turned the TV on? What were you thinking? What were you doing? And think about location, the time of day, your emotional state, other people who were around. Identify what your cue is that leads to the habit. And that might take some time. It isn't always right away obvious. You have to analyze and spend time checking what it is. What's your response? What did you do? What is the habit you're engaging in? And what was my reward? What did I feel good about by doing that behavior? Was it that I felt less stressed? Did I feel more clear-headed? Did I feel full? Did I feel I satisfied my craving for salt or fat? What was the reward? So the first step for replacing a bad habit is to analyze your current habit loop. What the cue is, what the response or routine is, and what the reward is. Then you have to ask yourself, what's a new routine I can add to replace the current routine in response to the same craving. We know from habit research, if you just try and change a bad habit by adding something different or stopping it, it's very difficult because the craving is so strong, you have to respond to it. You can't not respond. So you've got to find some way to add a new routine, a new habit, a new behavior that will satisfy the craving. So if you're having a craving for fatty food, watching TV, having a cigarette, having a glass of alcohol, what's causing it? What's the cue for that behavior? And what can you do that will satisfy that cue? Maybe it's boredom, maybe it's frustration, maybe it's anger. You got to find some cue and some new behavior that will satisfy that craving. And you might have to experiment and try different approaches, different routines. And you make a call it a habit intention. You write down, I will do my new habit when I feel or experience the cue at a certain time of day, every day of the week, right before or after an existing habit, with or without somebody else, and that's optional. But you can see here, it's very simple. You're trying to add a new behavior when you feel this craving. And try and do it every day at the same time if it's a routine craving you experience. Then test your new routine. Try the new behavior. How do you feel? Is the cue or craving you had still there? If I feel angry because of a conflict with my spouse or my supervisor or coworker, and I want to smoke a cigarette, and instead I try taking a short walk, do I take a short walk and then feel better? If the answer is yes, I found a new routine that will satisfy that craving for resolving my stress. If it doesn't work and the craving is still there, it means that was not effective. I must try and find something else that will help me. After you first check the cue and craving, wait 15 minutes. Give it a 15-minute test. Is the cue or craving gone still? If it is, you found a good routine. If it comes back again, it means you didn't find the right routine yet. Try a new habit, new routine. So it's a trial and error process to try over and over to find a new behavior, a new response to the existing craving. You can complete your habit intention statement. You can do habit stacking. So here's an example. I have an argument with my spouse. I want to have a drink to relax. I feel relaxed. That's my reward. I try and instead after an argument, use mindful meditation for 5 minutes. And I find myself after that mindful meditation being relaxed. I satisfied my craving for relief from my stress from my argument. So a very simple approach that we can teach ourselves and our patients to do. It's a simple process, and that's why I like this. Many theories of behavior change, like motivational interviewing, cognitive behavioral therapy, problem-solving therapy, they're more complex and difficult. Habit science, habit change using this approach is a simple approach. It's still difficult. Changing any habit is very difficult, but at least it gives you a clear set of things you can do every day to add new habits that are healthy or to replace with a new routine existing habits you think are bad for you. Keys for success are repetition. Trying not to even miss one day. If you miss one day, try next day to get right back onto your routine again. Being consistent, doing the same thing in response to the same craving. For adding a new habit, every day, try and use habit stacking to add a new habit tied to an existing habit. For changing a bad habit that is caused by a craving, be prepared when that craving occurs to try your new behavior every time. Try not to miss more than one day of your efforts. And be persistent. For difficult, complex, strong habits, it may take more than 200 days before you're successful in creating a new involuntary habit. But once you establish that new habit, just like the old habit, it's hard to break. Once you're used to meditating every day, once you're used to having healthy fruits and vegetables every day, once you're used to going for a walk after work every day, it becomes just part of your life you don't even think about anymore. It becomes a permanent habit. That's the key for habit change. So I want to thank you for your time. That's my presentation for today. Again, if you want to ask me any questions or contact me about this, I can offer you more references, more ideas. And I thank you all for your time. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to spend a few minutes right now answering them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It was a very insightful presentation. And yeah, as you rightly said, with the New Year resolutions, Yeah, I looked at one of the study that 85% of the resolutions, we drop it by the end of the first month itself.
Mhm.
So unfortunately, but you have rightly pointed out, we need to take it forward through persistence and consistency. Very well presented. And
Thank
I
you.
have a query, sir, with regard to addiction, because nowadays more and more people are getting addicted to this alcohol and smoking. And unfortunately, the media, now we are seeing that widely in almost every movie or a media clipping or a movie or a soap. So they are widely promoting this alcohol drinking and smoking. With this, even children are also getting addicted. They are thinking that this is, a kind of passion to be pursued, very wrongly understood. So how do we, make them understand and how to get rid of this kind of addiction? Can you just throw some light?
Yeah, addiction seems to be more and more common in society. You're right, because you're not just alcohol and smoking, but also in America, for example, gambling. Now you can go online and gamble on sports. You can play sports bets. Many people are addicted to their social media sites. They go back to their phone 300, 400 times a day checking their social media. It becomes a habit, right? So we're faced in society now with many different cues, many temptations to engage in behaviors that aren't good for us. Now, if you're doing things in moderation, of course, having an occasional drink after work, checking your social media at times, that's okay. And smoking, for example, is never okay, but most habits in moderation are okay. But you're right, when it becomes something that becomes interfering with your life, causing problems in work, in your family, in your relationships, then we have to find a way to address it. And what I just talked about today, this habit science approach, has been used for addiction. And the same process applies. Of course, you must offer education, maybe a self-help group like Alcohol Anonymous if it's available in your community. But besides education, to actually change and stop drinking, habit science is very effective. It's been used in several studies, even a smartphone app for how to do this in America, using habit change to stop drinking alcohol and smoking. And the key is, what's the cue you have to have a cigarette, to have a drink? And it's often the same things I mentioned. It could be something in your environment. You're walking by and you see a wonderful cigarette stand or a nice store with a big display of alcohol. Or you go home, of course, if you have a pack of cigarettes in your house or alcohol in your refrigerator, it's a cue right there in your environment. So the first thing is to identify what your cue is. Is there something in your environment, in your home? Is it something that you experience emotionally? I have a fight. I feel stressed out from work. I need relief from my stress. That's number one. And number two is, like I told you in the slide set just now, find some new behavior, some new routine you can try to replace the current bad habit with something that's healthier. And examples would be doing meditation, doing a physical activity, having a healthy food, something that will satisfy that craving. If your cue is stressful feeling anxious or worried or depressed, try mindfulness meditation. That's very effective. Try exercise. That's very effective. Some way to make you feel better, to get a reward and satisfy the craving, rather than smoking, rather than drinking, rather than looking at your social media site. Use habit stacking. Try and add time where you're not drinking, not smoking, and engaging in more healthier behavior to help you cope with your life and stress. These are all techniques that can be very effective. Again, smoking, alcohol are very strong addictions. This is not easy. It takes time, but this approach has proven effective, and it's easy to use. If you had the person keep a calendar, keep reminders on their smartphone, they can keep reminders to add healthier behaviors to replace the need for alcohol and cigarettes. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And as you rightly pointed out, even now looking at the mobile is also has become a kind of addiction. People, one of the study I have gone through says a person is watching a minimum of 350 to 500 times a day mobile. So, I mean, almost every 5 minutes we are checking mobile. And in some, every minute also it has seen in some cases every minute, if they don't see their mobile, whether they receive any message or notification, they don't feel pacified. How do we address such habits?
Well, the same thing. What's your cue for looking at your smartphone? It could be you're bored. It could be you feel stressed out and watching social media you think makes you feel better. So the same thing, trying to, when you have a craving to use your phone, number one, put your phone somewhere else. If you're working on your computer, put your phone in a different room of the house where it's not so easily accessible. Try doing it just for half an hour, for 10 minutes, for an hour. Try and have more and more time when you're away from your phone, not using it, to make your environment design help you to make a new habit. Then use the habit stacking approach or the habit cue. Look for what the cue is for using your phone and try and do something else. Try and maybe work on working on a work project, try meditation, try taking a short walk, do something else to help you relieve that craving to use your phone. One more point about smartphones and social media. You might have noticed across the globe, we're seeing social media often lead to polarization. People start arguing back and forth on social media, right? They become angry. They think they'll feel better using social media. They become upset because social media, it drives conflict. The algorithms are designed to make you upset or angry, so you engage with your smartphone even more. So it's unfortunate, but it leads to what should be a rewarding experience to be actually upsetting experience. And we're seeing people across the world become more angry and lashing out at each other because of social media. I've been reading a couple of good books on this topic. One is called The Chaos Machine, and it's all about a researcher studying how a small number of users, like 5% of all social media users, generate all this negative content that gets people upset and gets them arguing back and forth. So there are ways in that book how to help address that craving. Another one called Like War. It's called Weaponization of Social Media. How social media becomes a weapon now. So there's more and more attention by researchers and popular press on this problem of social media causing us to feel upset, to take action that are unhealthy. So in addition to the addiction of the screen, it can also make us feel bad. And maybe we then want to have some alcohol or a cigarette because our social media is making us angry. It's a vicious circle. So we have to find ways to be aware of these problems. And I think habit change is not a magic bullet. It's one tool we can use to help address these problems that become habitual and cause us unhappiness and distress, and find ways to replace them with more effective coping behaviors. What are some good ways of coping with stress in India, Bangladesh? Meditation, yoga, reading, exercise. These are all things you can do that are right within your reach. There's no resources needed, just do it. So the challenge is to identify your habit loop, identify your cue, your craving, test a new behavior that will respond with satisfying that craving that's rewarding to you. That's a formula that's pretty simple and you can try over and over until your habits become, after many days and weeks and months, routine. You don't even think about them anymore.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. And recently, I came to deal with one case where a girl, teenage girl, is obsessed so with her body that she started using lots of apps, which with AI which shows a better picture of oneself. So she started and demanding for a cosmetic surgery. And, parents are troubled very much. So she started saying, no, this is not how I should look. This is how I should look. This app shows me in a better way. I need to get operated this nose and eyes, eyebrows, and lot of, she has created a lot of problem in the household, and they are very much troubled. And, a lot of, especially teenagers, they are using these artificial intelligence-based apps. And they are going through a lot of this body shaming, body dysmorphism. So how do you see this, Professor? And what can you, contribute to this?
Well, you're right. I mean, we've had these kind of problems for forever, right? Women and men both want to look better and be healthier and be more attractive, especially in adolescence, you're trying to establish your identity, partners. But the problem is with social media, all these kind of problems are amplified, right? They become even worse because you're getting constantly bombarded with peers looking at your image. what do you look like on your social media Instagram? So again, education is the first part to say, yes, it's fine to want to look better and be healthier, but you need to have a permanent way to try to achieve that, to accept who you are now, how you look now. If you want to make changes, do that in a way that's healthy. If you want to become less obese, begin doing healthy eating, exercise, find ways that can take that motivation and channel it into more healthy new habits. Educating about how social media can be so destructive, and again, having them try to use alternatives to social media and avoid some of the social media platforms that cause the most problems for them. Take their Instagram off their phone, for example. So you can do things to help address that problem that involve and try and use habit science to identify what the cue is for that adolescent who wants to change her physical appearance so drastically that she'll go get surgery, and trying to help that person find other solutions that are healthier to address the concern she has.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. And finally, I would take some more time and with one more query, which is also quite commonly seen. As you rightly pointed out, there are some instances where now, people are also started playing online games. And they are taking that personally, and, that is a virtual fight is becoming a personal fight in a physical world. People are finding them in the physical world and, attacking them personally by visiting their places. And these kind of incidences are also nowadays seen more. So how do you look at these, and what kind of solutions do you suggest, Professor?
Well, again, I think the source of many of these problems where people go from their social media to actually attacking somebody in person is in part driven by social media algorithms that really drive us to be in conflict, because conflict means I'm going to come back to my phone over and over again. I'm really upset. I'm going to show that person. We become enraged and focus more and more on our phone and become more enraged. It's a vicious circle, right? So how do you break that circle? It's very difficult. People often form their identity based upon groups that they believe they belong to and have similar beliefs that are all about antagonism, trying to make somebody else feel worse to make you feel better. That's a very difficult habit to break, but it is possible. And the first one is to help the person to visit less often social media sites that cause them to feel upset. Have them monitor their own emotional response to their social media platform. If they visit certain platforms and find themselves getting very angry, teach them how to stop using that site and try and find different sites that are more engaging and satisfying and don't cause anger. Social media can be very positive, right? I use social media all the time, and I find it very helpful for sharing things with my family and friends and learning about new topics, education topics. Even in my own experience, back when we had the Black Lives Matter protest in USA, I found myself forwarding some supportive comments about Black Lives Matter, and I became under attack and on social media just for those kind of comments. And I found the solution for me was not getting involved in politics on my smartphone. So I simply stopped doing those kind of forwarding those kind of posts or liking those kind of posts. I still have my own political beliefs, but I share them with my wife, with my friends. When I go to vote, I don't share them on social media. And I found when I stopped liking or forwarding those kind of posts that caused people to fight back, my own social media feed became very calm. I didn't get any kind of angry posts coming to me anymore. So you can actually change your environment by simple things like not liking and not forwarding and not reading posts that are upsetting to people. Even if it's something you believe in, if it upsets somebody else, why forward it to make them mad? You're not going to benefit yourself. You're not going to change their mind, right? So you have to find ways to experiment to see what is the cue. And in my case, the cue was liking or forwarding a politically sensitive Facebook or Instagram post that other people became upset with. There's no gain for me to make somebody else upset. I'm not going to feel better by that. Some people do, they get reinforced by that, but you have to break that cycle. That's my own personal example, Dr. Ravindi, of how I address that problem.
Thank you, Professor, for patiently, attending to all our queries. And on this, we are celebrating 74th Republic Day of India. And we are also celebrating today Goddess Saraswati Puja worship. She is believed to be a god of knowledge and wisdom. And we pray that Goddess bless you and grace you with enormous wisdom and knowledge so that you keep enlightening all of us and we can learn so many more topics from you. Wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. Thank you
very much. I'm always happy to talk with you all, and I also enjoy talking with you individually because I learn from you also. So thank you for helping me learn more about the issues you're facing in your society and your culture. I wish you a happy 74th anniversary, and I wish you good thoughts and memory of the woman you mentioned for the other memory you have this time of year. And I wish you all a great day, great evening, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor.
I'll see you next time.
Sure.
Bye-bye, my friends. Have a good day.
Bye, sir. Have a great day. After this wonderful session, let's move on to our next speaker for the day. We have with us Ramya.
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. Please continue.
Yeah, good evening to one and all gathered here. So your new day start with a new beginning, with a new smile and new things. So this Republic Day starts with a new colorful tricolors. So I'm going to talk about the tricolor of our Republic. So Republic, coming to Happy Republic Day, I'm going to say it is a happy Republic Day because our tricolor of our nation is saffron, white, green, and Ashoka Chakra with the line Sardar Chakra with the 24 wheels, so lines. So coming to this, the first color is saffron. Saffron denotes the antiquity, in development and sustainable development of the nation and our unity of our nation. So white determines the peaceful of our nation, and the green determines the greenful area, that is the farming area. So today I'm going to talk about green. So today I'm wearing a green color with a blue color. So with this, I'm going to talk about a green. So green, coming to green, farmers are working for our health, our nation. If a farmer doesn't put the feet in the clay or soil, we could not able to stand here and eat the food. So let us support the farmers as well as the small scale industries, as well as the small troop industries and developments, and whatever the people who are coming in the small age of industries who are developing. So let us support them. First, let us support the farmers because they are the pillars of our society. So they are the one of the pillar of society. The second pillar of our society is the second pillar of our society is MNC companies. Most MNC companies are there in India. They are our shared trade markets in our companies. They are the pillars who gives employment and employers, and whoever they are giving the employment for the youth and youngsters. So let us support them. So next, I am going to talk about Gandhi ji, who born in Porbandar, who is the social ethicist and a political leader, as well as who is one of the father of our nation, who fight for our societies, for our nation's independence as well as republic. So why we are celebrating republic? Do you know have any idea about the republic? Because we are celebrating because Dr. Ambedkar, who just put the legislative assembly rules and laws and legislation in the year of November 29, 49, November 26, 1949, 47. So within 2 years, we have got a Republic and Constitutional Assembly. So the National Constitutional Assembly has assembled on the date of January 26, Republic Day, and a committee of 6 members have just hosted the Legislative Assembly. And the first president of India was Dr. Rajendra Prasad, and the first Prime Minister of India was Dr. Jawaharlal Nehru ji, who is the children's most special man, who is special for the rose. So today I'm saying that the only thing is that just let us support farmers as well as small industries as well as MNC companies and share traders in markets. So let us support all of them. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ramya, for your brief presentation. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. And happy Republic Day, happy Vasant Panchami too.
Thank you, sir. It's my great pleasure, and I would like to thank, because it is my sudden session. Within 2 minutes, I have prepared. The Mary Florence of Reda ma'am, I have to gratitude her, because she is my only mentor who always mold me like a sculpture. So I would like to thank Mary Florence of Reda ma'am for all her support to me.
Thank you, Ramya. Next, we have with us Dr. Chandrakala Diyali ma'am. She is Senior Assistant Professor from Amity University. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself. Start your video and presentation.
Sir, actually, I was in the dental clinic. I've gone a small operation. So nevertheless, I would like to speak a few words, on the day of this great 74th Republic Day of India, this great country, and Vasant Panchami, where I have a lot of good memories, wearing yellow saris and then white flower and then offering to Goddess of Knowledge, Saraswati ji. So in her honor, today I would like to just talk about, how India can be more sustainable. And there are many leaders, who have enlightened us, who have shown us the right path. And first and foremost, I would like to talk about Gandhiji, because he has in one line said, we need to make it a, global village, in the sense, every country should understand the value of village, having a village, because these days we are so mesmerized and we are so, overblown by sophistication and consumeristic, lifestyle. And then we have our attitude has become very different, All I want to say is that our villages have a lot of things to give us, not only, it has all greeneries and good environment, but, it has sustainability in itself. And not only sustainability in terms of health, in terms of wealth too. Because whatever now, a lot of startups and all are coming up with many things which is agro-based in nature. And until and unless we understand the importance of agriculture and importance of trees, importance of good air that surrounds us in village area, and then importance of clean water, So, all this, sounds very, very kind of, what do I say? Something that is freely available to us, we feel that it's freely given by nature, but we've got to, if it is not properly taken care, we need to pay a big, huge cost for it. So we've got to understand that we've got to, use renewable resources in terms of resources, like, avoid resources that are exhaustive in nature, that are, that are kind of getting over many years of its use. And then we've got to, focus on, small startups like cottage industries and all. So I have been to this villages, in Assam, and I could understand that a small village who could be so sustainable as far as economic sustainability is concerned. Small houses, they were kind of weaving, different dresses, and they were selling, and they were even selling abroad. So small houses, I mean, going at the large scale economy is like, it's a mind-blowing concept. So we've got to, all I can say is, and Gandhiji has always said, see, this Bura na suno, na Bura na bolo, and Bura na kaho has a lot of meaning. It has lot. I mean, we can attach meaning in terms of how we are living. So whenever we are creating something, we have become very just now also the ma'am who spoke about, a few resource persons, I've heard from that, we've got to kind of be very creative. We've got to be very innovative. And these days, even Bloom's taxonomy, it, I mean, UGC, it calls for learning outcome. So when we are coming up with the concept of learning outcome, and then creativity is kept on the top, so every student should be creative, and they should think about entrepreneurship and all. But all I want to emphasize is, whatever you are creating, whatever you are innovating, let that innovation be fully researched, and see, this NEP 2020 has given us this model framework of 4 years, UG, and straight away you can do PhD. So, one thing I have little bit of question is, until and unless you experience your life on your own, you experience the different aspects of life, and you yourself play different, roles in different areas, you would not understand the life, the nature, the elements, and the resources around us, So we require to experience ourselves, undergo few problems, and try and resolve them to understand the right perspective, right? So it is very, very important that every researcher has a very matured mind, very experienced mind, so that when they write it, you see, writing is, we take it as a skill, and then whoever can write properly, we keep writing something or the other. But writing or doing, innovating something needs proper pondering. Why I'm emphasizing that? Because so that one thing you write is going to change somebody's mind, and let that change process be a very healthy process, not only for one person, for that entire family of that one person, entire community of that one person, entire society of that one person. So whenever we write, even research should be very sustainable in nature. When we are writing as a researcher, whatever we are putting across, our thoughts and all, we must always think, it is not if we are in pain, we are human being. We have to understand, we are human being because we can understand the pain of others too. So with that perspective, Gandhiji had way back enlightened us, given us the, decorum or directives or some instruction to lead our life in a more sustainable manner to make this country go ahead. But when it comes to being swayed away by all this glamour around, all this, fabrication around, we get swayed away by Western culture, Western way of living, Western way of thoughts and everything. But we have to look into our own Indian version of, our own perspective, and everything that our heritage is, teaching us, in terms of everything, sustainability in different aspect of our life. Like, for example, if I take one unit of the society, that is family. So family also, if you talk about anything you pick up, in terms of sustainability, anything you pick up in your life, you can attach meaning of sustainability to it. For example, family I pick up like one unit of the society. All right, how can that family be sustainable? It is like if we as a parents want quick money, quick kind of achievement of our children and all, that might not be sustainable, because we've got to look into the way they are trying to reach the name and fame game. That kind of, we've got to check into our children also, and we've got to, let them gradually understand life, let them gradually pick up their interests, let them think with their own mind, and let them develop their own perspective and go ahead, and then they become champions, the real champions, like Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, Gandhiji. There are, there are many, Savitri Phule, so many people we can pick up in order to give example, and they are the real leader. Vivekananda ji, so many, Subhash Chandra Bose, so many, Nanaji Deshmukh. So these are the leaders who have shown with their innate capacity, with their, flourishing mind, with their modern thinking, but being Indian and in an Indianized way for indigenous, development and in an indigenous way. So that is what I feel that all these youngsters, whenever we think, whenever we speak, whenever we, write, we've got to think in that perspective, what is being taught by our great leaders, that we should be responsible, because one thing you write, that should give a positive, guidelines for the youngsters to come. When you speak, that should, radiate positivity to help people to kind of channelize their energy, because these days I see everyone is a good speaker. Everybody can write, everybody can, because all are well educated. But why, when everything is going right, our graph is showing education wise we are rising up, wealth wise we are rising up, innovative ideas. We are rising up. We have gone and explored the Mars and all, but still our nature is telling us something else. Why would nature give us a negative, feedback that things are not going good? Why the land is sinking in the foothills of Himalayas? Why forest cover is going away? We are comfortably sitting in our, sky rising buildings and all, but why our nature is not, changing, the climate change, and there are a lot of problems around that are coming up. Poverty, there is a rich and have and have nots, huge gaps is there. So that is what, and then nature is time and again telling us that things are not good. And development itself, like we okay, fine, in the name of innovation, in the name of development, if we are going in a hyper way, in the sense against the nature, that is what is the threshold of destruction. That's what I feel. So we've got to understand that we are part of nature, and we have to be living in tandem with nature, and then only the nature would support our life system, our family system, our institution system, our our civilization itself. So we have to live as per the nature that we are gifted with. And that's a huge gift from when we are worshiping gods and goddesses around, and when we are giving them special reverence and gratitude and all. Let us all change our mind, change our way of living, change our thinking perspective, and go Indianized and indigenous, and then the nature would support us one and forever. Thank you, because there are generations to come, and we are not only living for ourselves, but we are living in a responsible way for others to come. Thank you. With this word, I would like to stop here. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra RM, sir, for having given this great opportunity to me on this great day of our great country. And thank you so much for Mary Ji, for your great coordination. You are supporting and helping, assisting Ravindra sir, and it must be a great task for you to do that under the supervision and guidance of Ravindra sir, and hope to do the same. Ravindra sir, I would like to work with you very soon, and let us do something more, publications and all that, because you've been working hard on coordinating, managing, and each one of us, I mean, all the speakers, we've been speaking on every different special occasions and all. You have not left any stone unturned to help us. So thank you, with a lot of gratitude to all of you, Ravindra sir and the whole team, technical teams and everyone. With my folded hand, I congratulate, and my best wishes are there with you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for insightful session on sustainable Indianization with reference to great leaders of the country. And you have rightly mentioned about the rural, like how earlier these rural, especially villages have been the Center for Rural Development. And we wish you all the success and future endeavors. And we wish you happy 74th Republic Day and also our Vasant Panchami to you and your family.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, I think we have done with the sessions. So we request all our friends to kindly fill up the feedback form. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form shared in the form of polls. It is mandatory. And I invite Manasa to propose vote of thanks. If you have completed filling the feedback form.
Yes,
and on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts and Sciences, we express our gratitude to each and everyone and convey our wishes on 74th Republic Day and also on the occasion of Sri Vasant Panchami and Sri Panchami to everyone. Yeah, Manasa, over to you for your.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. A very good evening to one and all. I, Manasa, thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, moderator and coordinator, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to propose a vote of thanks and also to express my gratitude. First of all, we thank Dr. Ravindra, sir, and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Arts and Sciences Wellbeing, for giving everyone a wonderful opportunity to participate and also to gain loads of knowledge, and organizing, inviting, conducting sessions, and also webinar conference, national seminars in a very excellent and well organized manner, and enjoying insights of international conference. Without their efforts, this couldn't have been possible. And not only that, I would like to thank all our valuable session speakers of the day today. Firstly, by me. So I thank sincerely Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And the next session speaker, Dr. Ravindra sir, has been explained today very wonderful points from each and every corner of issues which related to Indian Republic, Constitution, independence, freedom struggle, unsung heroes, economy, education, empowerment, well-being, and sustainable development 2023. And not only that, we have been learned many wonderful points from each and every point of the session today. It's been really very insightful session, sir. Thank you so much. And the very next session speaker, Virendra Kumar sir, regarding the states and union territories of India. Sir explained about the history of formation of states and union territories of India, and also history, administrative divisions of India in 1951 pre-independence. Thank you so much, sir. Even I learned many beautiful, insightful points from your session today. And the very next session speaker, Dr. Jyoti Makar ma'am, regarding the power of faith, how the faith actually plays a vital role in our constitution, and not only that, in our day-to-day life activities. And ma'am also shared with us many wonderful personal experiences. It's been really wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you so much. And the very next session speaker, Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer ma'am, regarding freedom. Yeah, as all we know, the freedom plays a vital role in our day-to-day life activities. Before stepping into a decision or taking a girl, freedom is really plays a major role. And as per ma'am observation, it allows the full development of an individual's creativities and capabilities. And not only that, human basic needs is a freedom that plays a central role in social progress. Yes, ma'am. It's been really a very wonderful point we have been observed from your session today. Thank you so much. And the very next session speaker, Mary Florence Frida ma'am, regarding fundamental duties in India. As an NGO, she explained very well regarding the fundamental duties and also regarding the sourcing committees. It's been a really very good session, ma'am. Thank you so much. And the very next session by me, I sincerely once again thankful to Dr. Ravindra sir. And the very next session speaker, Dr. Ketan Veera sir, regarding the reasons of now and then. Sir has been highlighted many points how the Hindu laws and rules has been changed from now and then. It's been really wonderful concept today. Thank you, sir. And the very next session speaker, Nagaraju sir, regarding the history of Republic Days, and not only that, regarding the National Agriculture Development Banks and their utilities and schemes, and also highlighting the Yojana schemes. Even we learned many wonderful points from this, sir. Thank you so much. And the very next session speaker, Ronaldo sir, regarding the habit change. Yeah, changing a habit is not such a simple thing, but sir gave us many wonderful insights and make things easy, and how we supposed to exercise that, and what are the workouts, and what are the reminders, and what are the carvings and routines and habit stackings. And not only that, such a beautiful points regarding success and how to replacing the bad habits, convert them into a good concept, is such a wonderful and insightful session. Thank you so much, sir. And the very next session speaker, Ramya ma'am, regarding the tricolor of our nation, indicating the color's importance and also highlighting the farmers to support small scale industry and the development of unity and nation. And not only that, explain this how the farmers are actually the backbone of our Indian economy. Thank you so much, ma'am, for supporting the farmers. It's been really very insightful session. And the last session speaker, Dr. Chandrakala ma'am, regarding the how India can be sustainable from each and every corner of the issues, and what kind of a girls towards economically sustainable development, and steps towards creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, and also enlightening points of Gandhi Ji Garu. It's really very wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you so much. And once again, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and his team, Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Sciences, Well-being, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to propose vote of thanks and also to be a part of today's international conference and glory of 74 years of Indian Republic, and also Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you.
Thank you, Manasa, for the wonderful vote of thanks, and also providing the proceedings of the conference. So we once again thank each one of you for joining us on this wonderful occasion. And today we will not be having a 6 o'clock session, as almost it's already 6 now. So see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And happy Vasant Panchami, Sri Panchami to everyone, and happy Republic Day. And as we have mentioned, we are also planning to start this media series. So we thought, in spite of, instead of having 2 sessions, 2 separate timings, we thought to include that media series also into this. So whoever is interested in, watching movies and critically analyzing and, talk about movies, you can select a movie and you can take that as a topic and discuss on various aspects of movie and how that is contributing to society in a better way, or how it is detrimental to society. You can talk about, various aspects, how it is influencing culture, traditions. Like recently, I also spoke about how, lot of these negative, like, violence and addiction, substance abuse, a lot of things are also negatively projected. And we have very also positive sides of that. So we can discuss all these aspects. We can have one movie on each day. I am also working out on sessions where we can watch the whole movie along with the team, along with at least one member of the crew, but that will take some more time, and that we will have it as a different, on a different forum or a platform as such. But it will take some time. In the meanwhile, we can start it in the same platform. Whoever is interested, I think, everyone might be watching movies. So let's take this wonderful opportunity. Whichever movie you watched, you can, just make a note, make a presentation on that movie, how it is, in what way it is good and in what ways it was bad. And you can talk about that. So we can try, we can do it. Maybe, okay, today is auspicious day. So what we'll do, we'll start it from today only. You can join us at 6:30. So we will take half an hour break and join us back for 6:30 session. Today we will take some movie because this day we are starting. So I will start with the movie. Randomly, I pick up something and we will have the movie. So let's all join. Thank you everyone for joining us on this wonderful occasion for this international conference. So see you all at 6:30 for international webinar series on holistic health and well-being. Thank you once again. Take care. Good night.